Officially live, I believe. Let me double check because
I really hope
new
Venus
channel.
was the first word that
No,
was stated.
I'm streaming to a new channel, so I'm just making sure that everything is up.
It is Nick, and he's doing all the technical stuff, so probably best check it out. Yeah.
I don't see it.
I thought we went to school.
Oh, there we are.
I realize I've had this on this whole time. What is it?
Yeah,
we're live.
Did you really?
Yeah.
Philly Neighborhood Nerds is live.
Major and
Live.
So I like everybody else went to school, and I'm like, guys, I can stock products.
Hey guys, we got our first follower.
That would be a Drake.
Oh, I was gonna say it was me too.
You guys need another follower? I can follow you guys.
Sure. Oh.
Wait, are we following for following?
Like how you say you guys, like you're not part of it. Like,
Oh, I'm part of the D&D, but I'm not part of the family.
Might as well be.
I'm like a guest star.
when I show up, it's a goddamn special
Are you
episode.
not? I thought
Okay.
you were part of the.
When I show
tabletop
up,
nerds.
it's a goddamn.
Okay.
You're tabletop now.
Okay. Thank you. I'm part of the group.
You've been promoted.
All right.
I'm gonna do this and then this and hopefully
I,
it'll read
I,
just the light.
I closed that, so that should readjust to the light.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm adjusting.
All right,
What
guys.
is up? What is up? Distraction.
Synthesis.
All right, guys. So, to bring everyone in, on the last episode of the game, I did. Neither distraction. Neither. So, on the last session of the game, you guys began your journey. Began your most part of your journey after having combat with two chimeras. Kicked their asses thanks to Gunther with his 60 damage in a single round of combat.
That was nuts. And he's the one that's not here right now.
Yeah, exactly. He'll be here eventually. So, you had your combat with the chimeras. You were successful. You proceeded along with your journey, passing through the town of Lathlier, and then eventually on to the village of Bluevine. Along the way, you encountered a small shrine to both Cyberus and Eberron. Some of you paid your respects. Others decided that respects were not necessary and decided to lift some offerings to the shrine and were summarily punished. I don't know. Some weird guy.
What's his punishment again?
It's 24 hours. It's already up.
It's already passed.
Oh, okay.
It was 24 hours disadvantage on everything.
That's what
Hold
it
on.
was.
Has it passed?
But we still get our
Yeah.
inspiration.
Yeah, you guys still have your inspiration.
Classic.
So you proceeded on, and after passing the village of Bluevine, you moved into a small wooded area. You were passing through the wooded area, and eventually you reached a large clearing. As you emerged out into this clearing, you
There we go.
found
Distraction. Is that better? Sorry.
a double audio.
Yeah.
As you moved out into the battlefield, you found wreckage upon wreckage. An old remnants of a massive battle, and sitting in the middle of this battlefield, about 2 miles out from your guys' position, was Tower Valiant. You could see it sitting on a rise far in the distance. As you proceeded slowly through the battlefield, some of the party decided to break off, seeing a large hill off to the side. As they approached it, they realized that it was, in fact, not a hill, but the rusting, decaying carcass of a Warforged Titan. Some investigations were had. The power core of it was lockpicked and opened, and Zareth claimed the seemingly destroyed remnants of whatever was inside this iron power core. You returned to the group. You proceeded along a little bit farther, and I believe it was Dalcarin noticing the oddly clean remnants of some Warforged. Compared to the other bodies and carcasses lying around, these ones were cleaner. They weren't rusted. They weren't showing as many signs of wear. They still had some damage to them, like they had lost their lives in a battle. Some of them had holes in their chest armor. Some of them were missing certain pieces. But there was something about them that was different than the other bodies and remnants of the battle lying around you. So you proceeded about 60 to 70 feet off of the road, where this small little collection of them was. Upon investigation, you found that, contrary to what most of you had experienced when encountering Warforged, where the interior of them was powered by a blue force, for lack of a better term, like soul / anima, what it was, like a blue energy that was what powered the Warforged. But these ones seem to have remnants on the inside of something staining them red, or like a deep crimson, almost like blood. As you were all investigating, though, Jet was attacked. And as you all turned around, you see Jet standing there with a large Warforged standing behind him, impaling Jet with his arm blade.
Not a fan.
And Jet suffered quite a bit of damage.
Not a fan.
But you see this one tall Warforged, a couple like bullet holes in the chest, the jaw of the Warforged sort of like hanging off one side almost, so that it's not like
Ultron.
Yep.
I was just thinking that too.
And as you look behind, you see that some of these Warforged, in this little area that you had been investigating, a couple of them are starting to lift off the ground and push themselves up. And you can see that all of them are, instead of where the blue would be in the eyes, it's red. And that is where we left off. So I would like everyone to roll initiative. And then at the same time, I would like you all to position.
How are you doing?
Position yourselves on the battlefield wherever. I will say that
I was gonna say if you wouldn't mind placing me, so I know
there
where I'm at.
is Jet. So Jet was here.
Is the road here that the wagon is on?
Yes. So that is where Gunther would be, because Gunther did not join you
Yeah, I was
all.
gonna say
Oh,
Gunther.
man, I
Gunther was
thought
still
that was-
all the way over there.
Do I still have to roll
so-
initiative if I stole the cart and left?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
So we're gonna put it like, because Jet was here. Let's see. Vale was the one down on the ground looking at
I was gonna say I was
this
over with
Warforged.
I was basically right behind Vale. Right next to
These
her.
Warforged minis brought to you by a guy who can't stop buying box minis.
Do you have a sponsor?
Yeah, partially. I'd say 50%.
Yeah, Wayne's wallet.
I have a problem.
We're gonna put this one.
Yeah. It's like it's literally like a gambling addiction because you don't know what's in the box,
Yep.
but you got to buy it to find out.
Yep.
Right. In worst case scenario, darn.
It's
new
really funny
minis.
because Vale is over
shoot.
Vale's body.
It's such a problem
Ah.
to have.
Okay, so
Wait, so
basically this is the
so
general.
Vale is inspecting armless Vale?
Yes. Inception. So
Valeception.
basically, these are some of the bodies lying around. This is the one that assaulted Jet. Jet is right here. Here are two other ones that have already gotten basically to their feet. And so this whole area, I didn't draw anything out. This whole area is relatively flat. There's no real cover for anyone to take. It is mostly small little, like tiny little hills. Occasionally there's like a small trench, but it's relatively flat and open fields with like remnants of Warforged and war engines sort of scattered around. So everyone, place yourselves where you deem necessary, and then roll initiative, please.
All right.
I was with you, right, Vale?
What's that?
Was I with you?
I thought so.
I couldn't remember.
I thought you were right next to me.
Are you rolling for Gunther? Or did you want?
Whoever's gonna Jaeger for Gunther
Okay.
can roll.
Do you want to? Or
Yeah,
do you want me to?
I'm gonna roll Gunther, but all he can say this
Yeah, I
session
was gonna
is
say I've got
Yard.
him pulled up on
His
D&D
stats
Beyond as well.
memorized at this point.
Yeah, I was gonna say I've got to pull up on D&D Beyond too if you want.
Holy
What's his
fuck,
stat
I'm
next
not
one?
gonna roll that good the rest of the night, and I wasted on initiative.
Give me 1 second. 2.
2. Wow. Okay. Holy shit.
Nice.
Winter might be going first.
I am gonna roll these guys as a brute squad, so I'm just gonna have all. I'm gonna roll
You
a
like
single.
brute squad.
I'm
Is
gonna
that-
roll a
is that your
single
first roll with
initiative
these dice?
and have them all go on that turn.
Cool.
Can't go wrong with that.
That will actually probably
Stay
make
like
this
that.
much easier moving forward.
It'll make it a lot
Wait, you know
easier
what?
for the
Steve's using
flow.
level up dice. You're using level up dice. I'll grab my
Quick
experience.
By the way, what's the ETA on Shannon?
He said they close at 8, and he's just across like past the mall.
Oh, he is still coming then.
He is still coming.
Okay.
He texted me and was like, "Hey, I'm covering for an
know.
employee.
Yeah.
It won't be till after 8, but I'll be there."
Okay.
Oh, okay.
I was gonna say the way Drake made it sound earlier was that he's
He
not
wa-
coming.
That's what I thought too.
So,
That's
okay.
why I was going to text him, but then I noticed that he had texted me a while back.
That's
I
what
just
I thought,
hadn't
too.
noticed it.
You
Based on his,
misunderstood then?
yeah, based on his
Okay.
text to me, it didn't sound like he was going to make
But
it.
I guess
At
if
least
I'm
not
going
until
to
very late.
be shadowing Guter, my question is, the landscape between him and us, how littered is it? Is it traversable by horseback?
If by horse, I would classify it as difficult terrain.
Okay.
But by foot, as a normal humanoid, it would be easy enough to sort of like pick your way through the scattered remnants of the battlefield.
Gotcha.
But yes, if it's going to be a horseback, then it's definitely difficult terrain because there's large piles of
Screenshot that.
things.
Pull up his. He also has booming blade as well. If that's something you.
No, he's got 2 attacks.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Way better than a
Yeah.
Okay.
Perfect.
Close again.
Adrian
on
or
horseback with a 60-foot horse.
Tali's
That's
chin is just a
yes.
minor skin
Even with
irritation.
difficult terrain.
Her leg is
should be able
completely
to do
100%
everything
fine,
one
and
turn.
we got her started on arthritis meds.
Cool.
everybody-
Initiative 20 to 25.
20.
I'm sorry.
21.
21.
21 as well.
21. Who's got the higher dex?
I was gonna say, what's your dex?
18.
We all just wasted
Oh, yeah,
rolls
yeah,
on
definitely.
fucking initiative.
Okay, so anyone higher than a 21? Okay, so top of the round is going to be Dalkarin,
Yeah, Dockering's first.
and then
Hey, maybe you can do something before you start killing us.
Probably not.
Jet. Okay, 20 to 15.
Gunther got a 20.
20.
Plus 2.
What's your dex?
Let me see dex. +1.
Okay, so Gunther goes first.
17.
We are not gonna fucking roll this the rest of the night,
Ray
guys.
got a 19.
Did anyone roll under 17?
17. I'm going
17's the
last,
lowest,
and I'm
yeah.
at 17.
Roll to
All
attack.
right.
Natural 1.
Shit, okay.
I guess this counts as a surprise round.
All right, so top of the round, Dalkarin. So as all this happens, you sort of you hear Jet howl in pain, and you turn around and you see him standing there, and he's got this one Warforge that looks pretty well put together, just besides, the couple marks on his chest plate and the jaw sort of hanging, cockeyed a little bit. You see 2 directly sort of like behind and flanking him that are like almost all the way onto their feet and are sort of like using their giant arm blades like stuck in the ground to sort of like lift themselves up. But beyond that, nothing else on the battlefield is moving.
There's no bonuses for hitting someone. Are they prone technically?
Prone is advantage.
Prone is
Yeah,
advantage,
prone
yeah.
gets
Yes.
advantage on the attack.
So I'm gonna use your chair. Good. So the one that's standing up to Jed's back left, few spaces from me. Right?
The one with the shield.
Yeah.
Okay.
So is he prone or is he not prone?
No, he is at this point. He's like fully stood up, and he's just got his arm blade like in the ground,
okay.
and he's like bringing himself up to his full height.
Okay, well then there's no reason to attack him other than I'm going to immediately
But yes,
Yeah, you-
this one, they're all currently lying on the ground, motionless, no glowing red going on. They are just, that's more so for like to give you guys an idea of like space.
Yeah.
So only 3 have stood up.
Yeah.
Yes.
So far. Okay.
So
I thought you said 6 of them had that weird glow.
I'm gonna basically immediately run
I retconned.
Oh.
right here.
Okay, between
wait.
both of them.
I can get right here.
I was
can't
gonna say, if you go there, he will get an attack of opportunity. However, you are then flanking with Jet. And
Yeah,
he
so
will get-
I'll do that.
if you
so
do, he's gonna roll. He's gonna hit
That's
you
fine.
with attack of opportunity.
Miss.
To attack.
No, he won't miss. Or, I mean,
Of
he
course
missed.
it's two
Sorry.
But he only gets one attack.
My AC.
That's gonna be a 21 to hit.
For a second, I'm like, my AC. Shit.
Sure. Should I go out?
That did, wouldn't it? By the way, I don't have my shield.
No, I'm
5
still trying
damage.
to learn wizard. Oh, because your shield's on the.
So
card.
as you turn and you see all this, you try to dash between them, and you see his blade still stuck in the ground, and you're like, okay, I can squeeze by. And as you shoot by, he actually takes the blade and brings it behind him, and like almost like behind the back, like pool shot,
Yeah.
like brings it around and catches you in the side, like as you slide by.
So as I run by, you just hear.
Joe, I'm just moving you back a little bit so you're actually in the middle of the
And-
square.
I'm going to actually, in the process of running, like I'm assuming we all start with our weapons ready, right? 'Cause I'm gonna use this-
In the time it takes you to cross that distance, you can prepare yourself.
well, that's what scimitar.
Yeah, you can draw that easily.
So as I'm running, basically pulling the scimitar, so it is like the old-fashioned, super cool.
Oh yeah, behind the back.
Yeah. So we're gonna pull it around and swing.
Nat
That's a
20.
nat 20.
Oh, nice.
Good thing you brought your dice, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's advantage too, right? Like, can I just?
You can do it again just for
Yeah, but
funsies.
you won't get it.
Yeah, I got a nat 20.
Yeah, fish for crits some more.
And then
Fish for a double crit.
my bonus is gonna be after I fall through with the slash, I'm gonna then bring an elbow. I mean, it's metal, but I'm still gonna unarmed attack it.
Okay.
18
Yeah,
plus.
it hits. It hits.
whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you still have advantage.
You still have advantage, so if you want to try and roll for a possible.
Fish for crits. 10.
Oh, I thought it was a 20 again. I was about to shit my pants.
the Twitch stream just says we'll be right back.
Okay, so
Technical difficulties.
Distraction says don't fuck anything up. Or actually, don't muck anything up.
So 1d6 plus 8. What's the quick math on that? 14?
1d6 plus 8 is 14 minimum, and then you roll.
Yeah.
15 plus 8, 23.
And then my unarmed attack, 1d4 plus 5.
Nice.
So, yeah, 9.
Okay.
So that's 30.
So as you do all this,
21 plus 9.
Oh, was it 21? I thought it was 23 plus 9. Maybe.
Oh, maybe it's
it's 23 plus 9.
Oh, I was wrong.
23
Sorry.
plus 9. So 32.
32.
So
Nice.
you run up behind him, and while he's still got his arm blade sunk into Jet, and Jet sort of like paralyzed in pain, you come up, and from behind, you quickly see like there's like small little cracks in the armor almost.
Yeah.
And you bring the scimitar out, and you slash once into it, and you see it sort of bend over, and you can see like where the cape falls over the back. You can actually see an indentation inside the armor, and you see like weak spot. You bring that elbow up and you hit it, and as you do, the entire like armor plating caves in, and you see the Warforged just go limp, and it falls over like that. I need you and you
Yeah.
to both make wisdom saving throws.
Okay. Well, let me put my hair up. Because I'm tired of playing out of my
That's fine.
fucking-
You're fine.
That's a 13.
Okay. You will fail.
Yep, I figured.
Oh, it's stuck. You fuck.
That's what she said?
Oh, man, my head hurt.
That's also what
Yeah.
she said? Can you stop
said
quoting her?
wisdom?
Wisdom saving throw.
And monks are good at that shit.
I only have +1 for wisdom.
You're,
11.
Both of you fail as you feel that impact and that armor crack and the Warforged go limp. You hear this like wailing, this as the red energy that was inside escapes and forces its way out of the Warforged. Both of you are now frightened of all combatants in the area for until you. And next turn, you'll make a save again.
That sucks, butts.
All Warforged enemies? Okay. I just want to make sure not
Yep,
all
yep,
combatants. 'cause
yep,
I was gonna
enemy-
say,
enemy
if
combatants.
I'm afraid of all
Enemy combatants.
Looks at Rin.
Oh shit!
Little girl, please scary.
You're too frightened to notice, but you notice the that red energy, like after you heard Vale yell, you turn around and you see Dalcarin land all of his attacks. You see this red mist, for lack of a better word, escape, and you track it, and it disappears into the air, and you're like, fuck, I lost it. And then you see it come down and land inside that Warforged behind you. So this one is down.
Got it.
Am I too? So it's in order to do an investigation. That's a bonus action, right?
But you,
it's an action,
yeah, it'd be an action.
unless
And you're both considered frightened.
I mean,
doing it. So you're,
I know.
I can do it as a bonus action, but
if you don't make your save on the next turn, you have to move your full movement away from combatants.
Oh, it's okay. So it's the frightful presence.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Next up is Jet.
hi, am I moving away?
You have to.
roll.
Well, I was gonna say I think I have to move and then I can roll.
The roll is at the end of the turn.
Yep.
The roll is at the end of your turn.
Do I still have a bonus action? Because it's my movement and my action, correct? That it'll eat to move. Mm-hmm. Am I able to throw a bonus action real quick
Sure.
as I'm running away? And I said, do it again, and then run away. Bardic inspiration, and then I'm gonna move away from it.
That's not doing it.
Yep. Goodbye.
Ah!
Why does this always happen to you?
You just hear
I
the
suck at
Because
super
it's happened when
shiny
we were
fireworks.
underneath the dock.
Suck at wisdom saves.
I shouldn't
It
do
is
that with the
not
mic on
my
the table.
strong point.
Okay. Next up would be Gunther.
All right.
Oh,
Looks like party.
Sorry, guys.
Go, horsey, go. It's going to double dash through difficult terrain, so essentially 60 feet.
Yep.
5, 10, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60. Goodbye, horsey. He'll jump off and then move 5, 10, 15.
Oh, I need to make my save. Or see if I can make
Yes. Yes.
it. Worse. Bye.
You're still frightened.
I'm running away.
He'll use his action to get up onto this guy.
Okay.
Get in his threat range and may probably even stand between ally and the next threat.
Okay. And so he doesn't have an attack, right?
Right.
Okay.
Why is that?
Because he used his action to
Trying to
move.
learn
Where's the,
Used his action to move.
you want to mark the horse?
Next up is Zareth.
Just in case they decide to be dicks and try to attack the horse.
Okay. So having just seen
Hey.
Jet, who
That's your mini, by the way.
It is.
Jet just ran away. I don't know what's happening. So where are Warforged? So who's still? Is this bad guy?
Yep, those two are still bad
Next
guys.
to bad guy. Mm-hmm. I'm gonna just turn. I haven't got to do anything powerful in the game yet at all, like everyone else has. So
You don't have fireball yet.
I don't, but I do have Witch Bolt, and
Or you
I
can use
do have a
but-
4th level spell that I can use.
Did you watch the Joe Cat video I sent you? The new crack guide to D&D?
Character sheet.
No.
Yes. Yeah, it's so funny. At the point where he's talking about spell slots, and he's like, cantrips, you can use them as much as you want. First level spells, you get a certain amount a day. Second level spells, you get enough a day. Third level slots, you get a certain amount of fireballs a day.
He loves fireball. When he was doing the wizard versus sorcerer one,
Yeah.
it's like, that's a bold statement coming from someone within fireball distance.
Yup.
So I'm gonna turn to this guy, and I'm gonna pull out a twig out of my bag that is burned, and I'm gonna point it at him, and then blue energy is going to shoot out of it and go right towards him, and I'm gonna cast Witch Bolt at level 4.
Does he have level 4? Fifth
I
level?
do. I have
You
2
should
level
have
4 slots.
third.
Or third. I'm sorry, I misread the paper.
I was gonna say, I think you're just a little bit short of 4th level
Yes,
spells. But
third. Sorry.
Two more levels. You're good.
The paper's sitting beneath me, so I forgot I have cantrips. So I saw 1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, yeah.
I forgot I've got cantrips up. But anyway, 3rd level.
yeah. Let me just see what number he is.
Is it to... Do you roll the hit, or do they
It
say...
says it's a ranged spell attack.
Okay, I couldn't remember.
Pretty goddamn high.
What'd you roll on the dice?
16 on the die.
It hits.
Cool. So since I'm casting that, it'd be 4d12.
Nice.
And DM, I just want to clarify one thing on frightened. Is it the frightened condition? By my understanding, is there's a difference between frightened condition and the frightful presence of a dragon.
Yes.
The frightened condition means you can't move anything closer to your fear, whatever you're afraid of. A disadvantage on tackles. Frightful presence is you
Makes
have
you
to run
run.
away.
Frightful
So
presence.
this is the frightful presence. Cool. Okay.
Still has the disadvantage on
attacks.
but it is considered
Well,
you have to
get the fuck out.
you have to move away from the threat.
Okay.
And I have to
You need
use
to
my
read this
action
to
do
you
that
and
as
have
well.
you count this out.
They're
Yeah.
scared, and
I think it's
they're
only
scared
3.
shitless.
He was saying he thinks it's 4. I think it's only 3d12.
Target takes 1d12, and on each of your turns for the duration, you can use your action to deal 1d12.
And underneath it talks about if you cast at a higher level.
Spell slot of second or higher, the initial damage increases by 1d12 for each slot above first. So you're casting it at third level, so
Yes.
it's 3d12.
That's what I thought. Okay.
Yes, 3d12. And then
I just wanted to double
1d12 every time you use your action to cause damage.
Okay. So that part does not
How long
go
does
up
that
every time.
last?
Okay.
Minute?
Yep.
Concentration.
It's imagine like a lightning lasso.
Yeah.
Actually,
Over here.
Oh, see, I view it like the Harry Potter
15.
with a, like,
Yeah.
yeah.
So 15 damage.
Okay. And that was on which one? The one with the shield?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. I mean, he's looking hurt. They all already look hurt. I mean, they're remnants of corpses. But you can see you see the witch bolt impact him, and then you can see the tendrils of lightning sort of like arc around, and they form almost like a straight jacket around him, and they're just wrapped around, and you're holding on to it almost like a lightning rope. If that ends your turn, next up is Ren.
all right. Well, you're a little outside of my bless here.
Yeah, no, I'm running away. Goodbye.
Thank you. Come again.
You are the weakest link. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
So I am going to I'm gonna scoop up Badger. Go back, like nice kitty, nice horsey. Cast Bless on. Let's give it to Dalcrin, Gunther, and Vale.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
I see where I rank. That's fine. No,
Hey,
that's
okay,
cool.
you know what? Fine. Second level.
Oh.
You're holding on to a concentration. Yeah. Wizards need Bless every once in a while.
Now I gotta find blessed. There it is. How many did you bless? 3?
3.
If you wouldn't mind, sir.
Not the floor. Or the Warforged.
No, man, that sunflower that's there, it's gonna fucking do
Oh,
some
wait.
crazy shit.
I thought you said you got wizard too.
No, we were.
No,
I was
Oh,
being sarcastic.
I was like, wait a minute.
Anything else, Ren?
Nope, that's my action and movements.
Vale, you're up.
I'm gonna do. Let's see. I can move diagonal, right?
Mhm.
Yes. Yeah. So 5, 10. Where is he? Because he's right in between like 2 squares. Is he here or here?
He's that one, the back one.
Back one?
Yeah.
Got it. 20, 25, 30.
Okay.
And I will aim at it. 'Cause this is the one that I saw the thing go to.
Hasn't moved, hasn't done anything since then, but it's just you saw the whatever this red fog or mist was, you saw it like up into the air and then whoosh down into the body.
As a free action, can I say something to Dalcarin?
Sure.
Dalcarin, when you killed the other one, some kind of red essence, I don't know what it was, up in the air, down into this one as I shoot.
You're shooting at the one on the ground?
I'm shooting at the one on the ground.
Roll with advantage.
Be disadvantage ranged. It's advantage.
Oh shit, yeah, he
it's
is. Yeah, you are
advantage-
using a ranged attack.
Yeah,
Yep,
it's
because
advantage if you're melee. It's
disadvantage if you're ranged. Because it's on the ground, it's a smaller target.
Yep.
Oh.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's bullshit.
Everyone's seen Dragon's Ball PP, right?
Yes.
No.
So when you're talking to me, I just imagine like you as
Carrot cake.
No.
I just imagine as you're talking to me, I'm Gohan, and I just turn to you and go, Mom!
So that would have been. Let me double check. I'm looking at.
Also roll a d4.
Oh yeah, for bless.
Oh.
Hashtag blessed.
Hashtag blessed.
That beer is delightful.
Where
That is very
is
good.
where are my pyramids? Here's my pyramid. +1. That puts me at 15.
Miss.
Damn it.
So in the chaos of shouting to Dalkarin, you aim and you start talking to him, and then you finish your sentence. And as you start to look back, you pull the trigger, and you see it. It impacts the chest and just just like a glancing blow right off the chest plate.
Okay, and I will use my bonus action
Oh, you
to
shot me, you a-hole.
take another shot.
Okay, at disadvantage.
I know.
He got a nat 20, didn't he?
I did.
That's the worst.
That's a 16 on the die, +7,
16
plus
hits.
a d4. So yeah, and then so
Damn it, disadvantage.
yeah, fuck disadvantage. So six. I don't add bless to attack, right?
No.
Okay.
It's
so
just
yeah,
on the.
6.
It's just the hit.
6 damage. Whee!
So you
Now I feel like a normal person.
you're
right?
aiming at the one on the
One.
ground, right?
Huh?
Roll the one back.
I rolled
fine.
a 2.
Oh,
He is
2 plus 4.
You're aiming at the one on the ground, right?
Yeah.
it goes.
Rogues without sneak attack is a sad day.
Oh no.
So you see the first shot ricochet off, and you're like, "Fuck!" You load another one real quick, bam! And this time you see it actually go in the left breastplate, and you see it sink down, like right where the breastplate meets with the shoulder plate. You see it punch through, and then you see this small little wisp of red energy just out. But it's like it's not like a continuous trail
Yeah.
as it just sort of
Seeping out.
yes,
like a red smoke, but not smoke that's leaking out of a container.
yes.
Not red smoke.
Now it is the Warforged's turn. So this one is going to use half of his movement to stand up, and he's immediately going to look at Vale because you just shot his ass. And he's gonna move in and take an attack. At this point, this one is going to turn towards Gunther and attack Gunther. And then this one will stand up. This one will stand up. And this one will stand up. So, we're going to take this one here.
Oh no.
We're going to move this one here. And this one's going to
Family next door
be Zareth.
has a garden. They keep trying to bring us vegetables. And no one's
So
answering the door,
that's
so
going to be
now
2
it's
attacks on
like,
Vale,
hey,
2 attacks on
wait, hold
Gunther,
one second.
and
It's literally just like
2 on Vale, 2 on Gunther, 1 on
pushing
Dalkarin,
the button.
1 on Zareth.
One on what?
So I'm going to do the attacks on Vale first.
No, Zareth's not getting attacked. No,
Yes, he is.
No, see, he's a wizard. He don't do that.
Are you a wizard?
Mm-hmm.
Just because I'm smart ass, but I couldn't think
I am.
Yep.
That is affirmative.
Actually, this one's going to stay where he was when he stood up.
I feel bad like I just sat right in front
No,
of him.
you're good. That's, I
So,
I don't have anywhere
The
else
one
to
right
go.
next to you
You're
that you
good.
shot is going to make 2 arm blade attacks with you at you.
Whoa, what the fuck?
First one is a 7 to hit.
Vale.
Next one is a 22 to hit.
That hits.
Okay.
What the fuck you doing?
Uncanny
That's not
dodge.
Vale.
So you take half damage.
He's a mimic. Oh, Vale's over there.
4
Okay,
points of damage.
okay.
So you take 2.
Yeah.
The next attack is the one that was right here. He was up against you, but I'm backing him off. He is going to take his arm blade and basically like put 1 foot back and then come forward, and he's going to throw the arm blade at you. And like
throwing his arm at
as he throws, you see it disconnect at the elbow, and the blade just comes rocketing towards you.
He literally threw an arm at you. Okay.
What is this, Gundam Wing?
I might have used uncanny dodge on the wrong attack.
21 to hit.
That hits.
Okay. You're lucky. It's the same damage dice.
Okay. Okay.
6 points of damage. Okay. Dalkarin, you're going to take 1 attack.
Yeah.
Well, he's going to make 2 attacks against you, but from 1 person. 16 to hit,
That hits.
And 16 to hit.
That also hits. In case you want to make Valkyrie mad.
10 points of damage total. It's going to be a total of 4 attacks on Gunther.
Jesus Christ, can he?
Yes.
11 to hit.
Miss.
Miss. So he's got 2 misses.
I was going to say Child of Light.
22 to hit.
Hits Gunther.
So good.
And a miss. So only 1 lands.
Oh,
Yeah.
Jesus, you look.
That's it.
Mega low, mega low rolls. 9 damage.
Ha! Gunther laughs.
And then last 1 attack against. Well, 2 attacks against Zareth.
2 attacks against her?
Yep. First one is an 11 to hit. That's a
So I
miss.
don't understand how this works. I have
It's
an
your
11.
AC.
So,
Then
but,
it
yeah,
hits.
but who sets?
You set the DC. He hit it, so it's a hit.
It has
Okay.
to be at least 11 or higher.
11 or higher.
Question before you roll the next die. Because I don't know how this works.
Shield.
Yes.
Yes, it's a reaction.
Yes.
And
my
it raises
question-
your AC by 5.
But I need to do that before you roll the second attack.
No. After I call the dice,
Okay.
you can say, yes, that would hit, but I'm going to use shield.
My question is, so you're
If
about
you
to do 2
use
attacks.
shield now, you still have shield for the second attack.
Right.
Yes.
Your AC is now 16.
Your AC is now 16 for the rest of the turn.
Oh, okay. I thought it was each attack. Okay,
No,
then yes,
no.
I'm going to
It's
cast
you
shield.
activate the
fair
shield.
question,
Imagine like
Frank.
a magical barrier appears for your turn.
Okay.
But then it's gone.
Okay, so I am going to cast shield then.
Okay.
So on your
So that
next
put me
turn,
at
that shield is
16.
gone.
Next one's a 20 to hit.
Okay, so the one hits. Hey, it's better than 2, man.
You fucker!
4 damage.
Okay, and Zerf's dead.
Shield does use a spell slot, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
It's like first level.
Yeah, I think so.
That is going to be the end of the Warforged turn. Top of the round, we're back to Dalcrin. Dalcrin, you are considered frightened,
I'm scared out of my mind.
so you have to run away from the threat.
And he makes a save at the end of his turn.
And he makes the save at the end
All
of his
right,
turn.
mini me.
That's what.
So your route of escape is going to be directly
oh,
back.
God, I forgot about that. I don't remember that now.
And as you do that, the one that was next to you is going to use his reaction for an opportunity attack.
Do you get a save
You
if
only
he gets
get- you
hit?
only get to move
He does
forward
get a save if he
once
gets hit.
you move.
But it's not going to hit.
Oh no, he
You
made
don't
me
have
do
to
my
attack.
movement.
I thought it was
He
moving
made my
in
movement
action.
and action.
Oh, it's moving action. Oh, okay. Oh, shit.
So his opportunity attack misses.
Good.
He rolled a 12.
I was gonna say that's bad because then you could have saved.
Because if you
he
take
would've hit
damage,
damage.
you can
Oh.
roll the save. So if that's the end of your turn, you can now roll your will save,
With that spicy D4.
It's what is it? Wisdom.
wisdom saving throw with a d4.
18, 19.
Yeah, you
plus
succeed.
3.
You see, you are no longer frightened, and you are immune to the condition for 24 hours.
Do I have? My
You
bonus
turn around
action
just-
still.
Huh?
Do I have a bonus action still?
Yes,
Okay.
because you used your movement and your action to run.
Yeah. So,
So I'll allow you to use your bonus
I
action.
have to check one thing.
Step the wind. Whee!
Step of the wind, right back into combat.
No, I think step the wind back away
On your
further.
After action? Or at any
anytime.
point?
You can do a bonus action first, and then you can.
Yeah.
It's like what I just did was I gave him bardic inspiration before I moved.
Yeah.
Can you do any form of attack with the bonus action?
Some things will
Some
allow you.
Some yes.
It'll
some
say
melee.
it'll say
Whether
whether
if
it
it's
can,
just a melee, like I
Damn
want
it.
to punch someone.
no, that is an action.
I need to do
Yeah.
Unless you have a feat that allows you to use a bonus action.
Correct.
Like
So-
Gunther
so-
has a feat that allows him to use his bonus action for
So
an
long
unarmed
story
attack.
short, I can't hit somebody with my staff and then cast a spell.
No,
Correct.
that would be 2 actions.
God damn, that'd be so cool though.
Unless.
I want to hit
You-
this guy with the fucking butt of my staff and then hit him with a spell.
So if you hit him with the butt of your staff, then you can cast a spell that is cast as a bonus action. Bonus action.
Yes, it's like some
Right.
cantrips or bonus actions, but
Okay.
not a lot.
Does it say that on there? Or
Yes.
say, like,
So
it'll,
then-
it'll instead of saying one
I'm
action,
gonna-
it'll say one bonus
I
action.
need my D4.
Okay.
So you can cast that with an action or a bonus action.
Ooh, Zareth got hit, didn't he?
He did.
Did he roll
4 damage.
concentration?
Oh shit! No, he did not. I need you to roll a concentration.
what does
check.
that mean?
Roll
Roll
a
a
d20.
D20.
Add your Constitution modifier.
Constitution?
Yes. Roll a d20.
Yeah, it's
You
a-
have
it's
to
a
beat a
con
10.
save.
You have to beat a 10.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, it's a con save so that you can maintain.
Yeah,
quick
correct.
Natty 1! Witch Bolt is gone.
Face first to the dirge.
How much?
4.
Fucking course it is, man. So I take 4 damage. So Dockeran's gonna turn around, take a scimitar, and just run it along
God
the
damn
inside
it! People
of
get
his,
hurt when you do this.
his arm. I always get hurt. And coat the edge of the blade, causing lightning to start arcing up and down the blade.
Okay.
Oh, he's not
Do you have to
that
cause a
bad.
certain amount of damage when you do that?
What?
Yes.
So the
Roll
is,
Oh,
No,
like what-
it's not a. There's not a threshold. It's just when you do that, you deal damage to yourself, and you roll a d4.
But he's saying like,
But I'm saying
is
is
a one
if
just
he
as
uses
effective
a
as four?
dagger, maybe a dagger has a.
No,
like,
it's always a D4.
It's always a
d4
d4 regardless of the weapon.
Got it.
Because you gotta think, whether it's a dagger or not, I'm damaging myself carefully.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's more so he's just breaking
I'm
the
not
skin
going-
and causing blood.
Oh, the artery!
essentially what killed
Yes, it is. All right. Next up is Jet.
God, I got fucked.
It's like, oops, I used my thing that has a plus 12 damage.
I would say at this point you're like you don't have to run off of the mat because I like you're scared, but you're at the point now where you're like, you know, you're out of danger.
Yep. So if I know I'm out of danger and I don't have to run away, he's within.
Which one? This one?
Yeah, how far away is he from me?
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. We'll say like 35 feet because of the
Uh,
diagonal.
it looks like Gunther's getting swarmed too, but Zareth is very squishy. So I'm going to go ahead and.
This is not a true pint glass. They're still a little tiny bit.
These are tall boys.
Isn't it
Shit,
the
it
same?
is a pint.
I'm gonna say 16 ounces. So
Does
he-
inspiration
here's the
make it
thing.
1d4?
It
I'm sorry?
technically is.
Inspiration.
The difference
It's
is.
a.
1d4.
What's your
Yeah.
inspiration rank? D8.
D8.
Get a D8.
Question, real quick. I mean, on the thing that we got last week.
Oh, because it was inspiration from the
Oh,
shrine.
inspiration will let you re-roll.
Let you re-roll a D20. So you roll. Say you roll to attack, and you roll a natural
So
one.
I could have re-rolled that
Yes.
con save.
Yes.
Okay.
If you would like
Okay.
to, I'll allow you to.
Will you?
Since you didn't understand inspiration, I'll allow you to
You're
re-roll.
the best.
Since we're all still sort of still learning.
I was gonna say, I didn't realize that was an inspiration.
Would you-
but
13. Then
so
yeah, you
D14.
you succeed. So the spell is still maintained.
Can I do a rewind animation?
And then I.
What about
That
No.
uses the inspiration, right?
You need to ask him
Gone.
for that then.
The inspiration's gone, right? Cool. That was the best thing I ever donated to.
All right. What were you gonna do?
Because Zareth is super squishy, I'm going to look at
You're super fluffy.
the one that's in front of him and cast Hold Person, and I'm going to see if I can keep him still.
This one?
Yep.
Okay.
Armless
wisdom
veil.
save of 15. I just don't want him smacking our wizard.
The Warforged mini for that one is my mini where the arm fell off.
Yeah.
What was the save?
15
What was the save? Wiz?
wisdom.
He fails. He is held.
Sweet.
I thought he was saying you failed, and I was like, oh shit.
Nope.
That's
So-
fantastic.
Note to everybody, he's paralyzed, which means if you run up to him and smack him, it's an auto crit.
Smack him
No
with
one
a
is near.
spell.
I was gonna say, I'm bleeding a bit.
Nope. But I was
Just
going to
thought I'd tell
say,
You hear a voice go, I'll get him.
do
I,
it.
I have a decently high AC of 15 or 16 whenever I'm transformed, and somehow the rolls are always higher. You think as a monk I could dodge a bit more, but instead I seem to
It's
just
only
go
is it
caution
only
away.
on melee then?
Only on melee for that guy, yeah.
Yeah, how much damage you take? How much damage you take?
I'm at 36 of 44.
What would happen if I hit someone with my staff?
So,
what is
eight.
what damage
Be a
is that?
D8? Be a D8 for staff or
Yeah,
D?
what are you doing two-handed? Because that's a D8. D6 and it's one-handed.
They,
I mean, it'd be two hand. I've got.
Yeah, so D8.
So I know he's not
The
charmed,
reason why I'm
but
saying.
it's a date.
that's what we're gonna put on him just because I don't have a
D8 plus strength.
This is my question.
held
So,
person.
Crit means automatic an 8, right?
Yes.
Plus whatever I roll.
Right.
Yes.
So basically, me hitting him in the face with my staff would do more damage than basically any spell I have right now.
Yes.
Theoretically,
Yeah.
Does that break concentration, or can I still roll for concentration on which bolt?
concentration is only broken if you
Isn't-
use,
If somebody attacks you,
or you
have to roll
cast another,
concentration.
or
But I
you
mean, so I
cast
can
another spell.
hold concentration on you and hit somebody else.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Gandalf did
I
all
will
sorts-
knock
yeah,
it.
but
I
he's
will knock
also,
it down to
like-
a one-handed blast because you have to maintain the spell with one hand.
Oh, that's right. I've got the thing. So it would only be
So
one.
so it's a 1d6.
What is my strength? Not much.
Plus 0.
Attack rolls also
So
have
you would
advantage.
only have a plus
So.
3 to hit.
So probably
Attack
one
rolls
hand.
also have
But it's an
which
it's an
means
auto
you would
crit.
also have
If he
sneak
hits, yeah,
attack on
right.
him.
But that's the thing
Yeah.
is
You'd have a plus 3 to hit.
pretty hard to hit. Right?
Roll a d20 plus 3.
That's what I'm saying. Like
He-
probably
he's
pretty hard to
You're
challenging.
hit.
rolling at advantage because he is restrained.
Yes.
My reason for doing that though too is he cannot do reactions. So if you move away,
You're
you
protected.
cannot get hit.
Okay.
You're protected.
Yeah,
Okay.
it was multiple thoughts on why.
Gotcha.
I'm like,
Is that the end of your turn, sir?
that one.
Sorry, I feel so stupid. We're in session 9. I'm
No,
still
it's-
just
it's
like,
fine.
what the
Yeah,
fuck
it's
we're
fine.
doing. I
Hey,
feel so bad.
it's kind of a big game. I don't know if you knew that or not.
A lot of rules.
That is true.
I think everyone's
Bag
pretty much out of my
of
range of.
Spells. Out of your range, your little tricks.
Well, at least for my bonus action, I mean, I can heal some people if need be, but also I'm hurt, so I'm gonna.
Do it yourself.
No, because I already the whole person's a leveled spell.
I just imagine Jack going, feel better. Okay.
I talk to myself. Do you not know this?
Feel better.
Yeah, nope, I'm gonna,
Pulls
I'm
out
gonna hang out
catnip.
right
Are
there.
you ready, Steve? We're taking
You're done?
Steve.
Yep. That's
Alright,
what I'm saying.
Next up is Gunther.
That's on Amazon Prime.
What is?
Stephen Banks Home Entertainment Center.
That's the next thing we're watching.
Oh, I still have the DVD.
Gunther sees
I
two
think that
wolf
is the
next to him
VHS, but I
goes,
saw the DVD.
Gunther like his odds.
Gunther like it.
Will 2 attacks on this cat right here.
Okay.
With, I believe it's a plus 9 to hit.
Yes.
Natural 16.
Hits.
And 19.
Both hit.
Nice.
4d6
Quick rule.
plus 6.
Just read this. Apparently, Witch Bolt is specific. If you do any other
46
action,
plus
it does
12.
break.
Okay.
2 attacks.
Okay. So if you do it, if you
Yeah, it
if you
says
hit
if
him,
you do if you use an action on anything other than keeping
Witch
Witch
Bolt?
Bolt going, it's done.
okay. Duly noted.
16.
So you can do non-concentration bonus action.
28 points of damage to
Correct, but
this
that's an
guy.
attack.
Lovely.
Like so, I was saying if I were to hit
And
someone with my spell,
action
it would
surge.
break it.
He's gonna do one more attack on that guy to see if he can knock him off his ass.
Do it.
Nice.
Natural 14, that'll
Okay.
hit.
Yep.
9 plus 15.
Okay. On the
This guy.
that guy right there. Okay. So what number is on the back of him? Number 1. And you said how much damage on the second? This guy? 15.
No. I've done 3 attacks on
Yes.
him. The last one was 15 to see if I did 28,
Okay.
then an extra 15, and then the next one will be on this guy.
Okay, so the first guy, when Gunther hits with both of his attacks, he hits the first one on the shoulder, and it sort of like crumples the arm in, and you see the arm sort of like lock in place, and then he follows through with the swing, flips them all around in his hands, and brings it back across almost like a baseball bat, and just connects and just takes the Warforged's head off. I'm gonna need Gunther to make a Wisdom saving throw.
Sure.
But because
Holy
it's
shit.
right in front of Gunther, you notice that red mist, anima, whatever, comes out of that Warforged and quickly disappears into the one right next to you. It disappears into this one,
The one that's already up.
the one that's already up.
Okay, cool.
And as that happens, you notice the eyes flare brighter, and
Uh-oh.
he doesn't grow, but you sort of see the armor like
Pardon.
flex out, and you see him sort of almost like bulk up.
He's raging.
I don't know what his wisdom
Is-
is.
This is
Yeah, I got
a
that.
creature of some sort, correct?
Yes.
We're assuming. Is it fiend related?
Wisdom save +1.
That doesn't even matter.
As far as you
Roll a
know,
natural
no.
18,
No, nice.
2 on the natural 18, 2 on the bless for 21.
I'm still frightened.
One more additional question.
And
If we hold our action, we can use that as a reaction whenever we want, right?
You have to, when you hold an action, you have to specifically dictate a trigger.
Got it.
You have to say, I am holding my action for someone to run within my melee range.
Got you. I got you.
so,
And then when that trigger happens, you get to use your
so
action.
this guy is down. Just to
Yes,
step
he
up.
is down.
He's
Yes.
down.
Yes.
And then 1 attack on the Hardens, the extra red guy.
Okay? And that was the 22 or whatever you rolled to hit.
20.
Oh my god.
Kill it.
What the whiz save was what, a 22?
Fucking
Yeah.
Yeah, he
Are you
succeeds.
still Gunther?
Yeah.
Yep.
It's just that character. It's not Shannon.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
We all
it's
thought
Gunther.
Shannon was special. He's not.
It's not his dice or Shannon. It's just
12.
Gunther.
Yeah.
So 24 to, or sorry, 12 plus 6, right? So,
So,
How many
18.
units do we have right now?
42.
22 points of damage.
Oh,
Okay.
22.
Okay, and that's just a single attack, right?
Single attack.
So
If
You
anyone
see
wants,
this-
We need some fan art.
you see this red mist sort of like come out of the one that Gunther decapitated. It floods into the one next to it, and you see the eyes flare up, and you see the metal skin
7
sort of like
followers, 2 viewers.
bulge out and like flex and just like harden almost. And you bring the malt up, and you try to like come down in this large arcing swing. It connects, but like it hits, and the Warforged like doesn't even move. Like it hits, the armor doesn't even flex, and it hits, and Gunther's like, that's weird.
That was a natural 20.
Gunther might be concerned by this one.
What was the total on damage again?
22.
And so it
22
it,
damage.
hit,
and
it
she's like,
hit,
"Dink."
it hit, but it didn't seem to be as effective as you expected.
Where?
What's
Who's still up at the bar?
Wild Wild West? The metal guy where he like goes. He's,
What
That
Warforged
was
are up at the
Gunther's
moment?
turn.
Next up is
This guy.
Zeref.
This guy.
I'm up. I'm gonna go ahead and just continue Witch's Bolt.
We got 4.
Continue Witch Bolt, so it's
Yeah, so 5 damage.
okay.
But didn't you lose concentration?
No,
No.
he spent his inspiration that we gained from
because he
the
didn't understand how inspiration, so I allowed him to go back and do that. And it was you said it was 5 damage.
What was it? I'm sorry.
5 damage.
Yes.
Much better.
Because I don't add anything, right? It's just a D12,
Yes.
right? Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
So then, yeah, 5.
I would move away though.
Oh, God, I forgot.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're saying you can move
if you
without
roll
getting
really
hit.
well, I'll let you go. Gunther.
Thank you.
I think that's Gunther.
You know, it'd be nice just one day.
No, move towards this.
Well, I'm going.
I think Gunther just
That
arrived.
is a Gunther.
Hey, I've been doing your character a service, so you know.
Pretty good.
Already got crit, like just.
I was gonna say you already got a natural 20.
Good thing
So,
Warforged is here.
You're
Life
moving.
well, brother.
I would move
figure out.
closer to Jen.
There.
You.
Oh, still,
where are you trying to go?
combat?
My only concern
So
is if I go more than 30 feet away,
Ace
it
of
breaks
wisdom
Witch's
save, so
Bolt.
we've been
Which I mean,
doing
maybe
some-
that's.
Go like this
very
way.
Wait, it's not
basic
60.
Go like this.
No, it's 30.
Gunther passed the flying colors.
You sure?
You're blessed.
So.
And
No, he's not blessed.
It was.
Oh shit! Sorry, I couldn't see the ring around it.
no, it's-
Witch Bolt range 30 feet.
Yeah. So if you go more than 30 feet, it
Oh,
breaks.
okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
That was why I was trying to go over by Veil.
Joe,
Get behind
if
Veil.
you go right here, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
Yeah, I'd stay
5,
out of
10,
the center.
15, 20, 25.
So
30.
so like
Yeah, I'll go
Gunther
right there.
killed this one.
Okay.
Not two solid hits. Knocked him out, and when he did,
I would-
when he hit him the second
I
time,
would
he actually
say
knocked the
maybe
Warforged's
one
head
more,
off.
That way, just to make sure you
And
don't have that guy
The
blocking your
energy
view.
that's inside Warforged, and especially knowing your experience fighting alongside Warforged in the last war,
Yeah.
Warforged are typically blue, right?
Yes.
They have this blue energy to them. These ones all have, instead of blue eyes, they have red eyes.
Red Eyes Black Dragon.
Yes. And as you decapitated this one, the red energy inside escaped and fell into the one next to you, and you notice that one next to you, he doesn't like grow and become bigger, but he almost like flexes, and like the armor sort of expands a little bit, the eyes flare up brighter, and he just looks a little bit more intimidating, a little bit more hardened.
So they basically absorbed the tower of the other one.
Yes.
There can only be one Warforged.
So then, at that point, you took your action surge and went and hit the one that got hardened, and you rolled a crit. Hit him really hard, but when you brought the maul down and hit, where you would expect someone to sort of like flinch under the hit, he just stood there and took it, and it appeared to not do as much damage as you expected.
Point of order, I did forget to take the second attack of the action surge.
Yeah, you can go ahead.
Oh, I thought you already did because I thought you did 3
I
attacks.
think I took him out in 2 attacks, action surge, and in 1 attack.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So you would have another attack.
Jen, would you like to do that?
You have your last attack for your action surge on this one. He already suffered 1 hit, but he is.
And it was a natural 20 on that.
And
So wait, I.
2 attacks on him, action surge, hit him once.
you have another attack.
Oh, okay. So the guy that's laying down, we just go.
Yeah, just go.
And then it went zoom.
Correct.
Except he won't let me alone. Leave me
That guy's a
alone.
monster 6 now.
D4. 3. 13 plus 9, 22.
Hits. Roll damage.
So 3 right in combat. 7 plus 6, 13.
Okay. Again, you hit him once, and you're sort of like taken off by the fact that he didn't really flinch from the attack, and so you're like, all right, let's try something else. And so you flip them all around in your hand. So instead of the flat end, it's the spike, and you're like, all right. And you bring it around, and you bring it like right into the breastplate, and it punctures through the breastplate, but it just stands there, and you see the eyes sort of flare a little bit, and it actually like leans in against, like, as you're pushing them all in, it starts to like push back. You said 11 points of damage? 13 points of damage. 13 points of damage.
So 22, 35 total.
35 total.
I was like, I guess so. When he's gonna really lose my leg, those cat.
I'm glad to have you back.
Okay. Next up is Zareth. You did your Witch Bolt and you moved.
That I did.
Okay, after that is Rin.
Yeah. You've taken a little bit of damage. Bale's taken a little bit.
Have I been hit?
Yeah.
Yes, you took a little bit of damage.
9 points damage. Dalton, you've taken some hits as well, yes?
Yes.
And I'm going to second level.
Did you make your did you make your save at the end of your turn? Your Wisdom saving throw against the Frightful Presence? Did you make that?
He already made it.
He succeeded.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's right. Sorry, I was just making
That's why
sure.
he was able to do the bonus action.
I was just making sure.
Is this where you're rolling?
No, but I can.
Well, I was wondering who I was gonna put
I
myself.
know whose that is.
Oh, it's the lid of my thing. You can move it.
I'm gonna use it.
Yes. Everyone, you're still doing up there, right? Final damage.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I'm at 36.
Dalkin and Vale, I will just say some soothing words to you of healing at second level.
Wait, Dalker and who?
Gunther.
Oh, okay.
That may say Vale, but yes.
Okay.
You each
I was like, I'm good, heal somebody
take
else.
10 healing points back.
Oh, thank you.
And
Noise.
I have a question.
And
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
what time of day is it right now?
Nearing sunset.
Early evening, or how much daylight do you have left? That's it.
It's like
Yeah, what time is it?
shortly after midday.
Oh, God.
What exactly?
What is the time?
If one of you had keen mind, I'd tell you.
That's. Could I use my action to? I don't know what the horse's name that Gunther was riding, but I will try to scramble up the horse.
What do we name
and
the
mount
horses?
it.
That's fine. You want to use you said bonus action?
No, the bonus action was the twinning. I will use my action to.
Mount the horse.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
In public?
Yeah, I'll just take it. So, and I will kind of get the horse shied away from combat, move it like 30 feet back,
Okay.
and that is my turn.
All right. Next up is Vale.
I will bonus action disengage.
Okay.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. And I will shoot at Laymarked person with advantage.
The one that's held.
Yes.
Okay.
17. And that is 18. So I'm assuming hit.
Yes, 18 hits.
That is going to
Same
be
exact damage.
8
Wise.
plus 4.
You have advantage, right?
Yep. So it'd be 8 plus 4.
Did you go around the neighborhood? That's just because those are
23.
12, 11. Yeah, 23.
sounds about right.
So that is 23 damage for my attack
On the held one.
on the held one.
Okay.
Did you do something or did you shoot again with your bonus action?
My bonus action was disengage. Because I didn't want to get stabby while I ran away.
Okay. Again, with this one, you pull the trigger and you see it enter one side, and you can actually you just vaguely see behind like a small little, and you can see again that same sort of like red mist, just sort of like out the back. And, well, the front and the back.
Well,
technically.
yeah.
Is that the end of your turn?
That would be the end of my turn.
Okay. We are going to go to the Warforged's turn. At this point,
He does get a save at the end of his turn to see if he can break that.
The same wisdom save.
Yeah.
Okay.
So at the end of his turn.
It's not. No, it's charm when he takes damage.
Right.
Hold person doesn't get a save when he takes
As much
damage.
damage as
Nope.
you want.
It's concentration, so if I get hit.
Yes,
he would be
yes.
able to win.
All right. So
I'm away from combat.
bad day for Gunther.
Safety. I ran away.
Safety and distance. Hey baby. Hey baby.
all right. And held person, he can't move or anything. He just gets the save against it. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and I'll do that now,
Yep.
just to see if he makes the save.
There's enough for everybody to have 2
Nope,
cans
he fails.
of the,
So,
the beer. So I have enough for everybody to drink one, and then if you want to take it and have a collectible for Gen Con 2020, but I have a growler of it.
I'll do this one first. He is going to.
So if you want more of it, there's
Actually, no, he's going to come this way.
So it'd be
Oh,
So the one that had thrown his arm blade at you,
turn around, came out from me.
and it's still like stuck inside you. He's gonna walk up and he's basically going to spend his bonus action to reconnect the arm,
Out of me.
and then he's gonna pull it out and stab again.
God, I love being a sheath.
Wait,
That's a 22 to hit.
That's what
No, that
Ned Beatty
misses.
said in Deliverance.
That's 9 points of damage.
Uncanny dodge.
Okay, halved. So 4. And then Gunther, you are going to the 3 Warforged that are around you are going to take 6 attacks against you, 4 of which are with advantage because of flanking.
God.
So we'll do the first 2.
Holy
We'll do,
fucking wait. So is it literally like okay? So we got me, Joe,
Jet.
Dalkarin, Rit. So
Gunther.
Gunther's by himself, surrounded by enemies.
He's got 3 standing and 2 deceased.
No, I've been doing a pretty good Gunther, so let's go to like response.
Okay, so we'll do the one that has no advantage first.
it's like there's 2 of them.
First attack is a 20 to hit.
Go ahead, hits.
Okay.
Wait, hold on.
Oh yeah, so you got shield, don't you?
Hold on. How much does shield give me?
5.
So yeah, 21. No reason not to.
How will you shoot?
Okay, and it persists the rest of the round too.
So now your AC is 21.
Okay, so
somebody has to hit
both
over
of
21
those
to hit.
attacks miss from the first guy. So now I'm going to do the 4 attacks with advantage.
Okay.
Natural 2, natural 3. 1 misses.
So far so good.
Natural 7. Natural 1.
Get somebody else.
Whoa!
Okay. So now the other guy gets his 2 attacks.
I said Gunther likes his odds.
Dude, shield is the best thing you could have fucking picked up.
22 to hit.
Yes.
Okay.
So I'll hit it.
24 to hit.
That's still 2 out of 6.
So two out of 6 ain't bad.
Dude, we officially decided, by the way, like, Gunther isn't great because of you, it's just the characters. Like,
12 points of damage.
rolling him, he's got the,
12 points of damage to you.
Okay.
the luckiest
So
roll.
you're standing there, and the first guy attacks you from behind, and you just—it's that fighter's sense that you've just
Yeah.
developed over many years of combat, and
Fighting
it's
sense.
it's
My
you.
Gunther sense is tingling.
Yes,
Stop talking about your balls like that.
you're Peter Tingle. And you sort of hear like the creaking of the Warforged skin behind you, and you're like, oh shit. And before you can turn around to deflect it, you're like, fuck it, I'm burning shield. And you throw the magical shield up. And as that happens, the other ones around you start reaching in and stabbing, and the shield just deflects. But at one point, one of them sort of stabs, and the arm blade almost makes it through the barrier, but a small opening appears, and the one next to you sees the opening and reaches in and hits you twice with the arm blade. And you take 12 points of damage.
Basically, the blade goes through and then just jackhammers, right?
Yeah. All right. Top of the round, Dalkrin. You are no longer frightened.
So, I have Blood Curse of the Marked. When I read it, it talks about how it marks them. And I don't know if that means
I rolled a 7.
you mark a creature that you can see within 30 feet of you till the end of your turn. Whenever you deal right damage to the target,
Really high initiative.
you roll additional Hemocraft die damage, like right damage. And then if I amplify
It's like Hexblade's Curse.
which is what?
It's a warlock thing. You're putting a mark on them, and when you deal damage to them with your Crimson Rites, it's extra damage.
I was hoping that it would let me see the red thing move. That's what I wanted to make sure when I was marking. I wanted to make sure. Well, I want to go in and I want to help good old Gunther, my best pal. So what I'll do is I'll do 30, and then I'll use a key point to do
Step
30
the win.
extra for my bonus action. And I'm going to go right here.
Okay. You are flanking, so you have
And
advantage on the attack.
I'm just going to, with me old scimitar.
Okay.
Ye old scimitar.
Yeah. So far, I've had good luck to do it up here, so I'm going to go touch
Holy shit!
Okay.
Glad you brought your dice, aren't you?
Yeah.
There we go.
Me old scimitar that has good old
So
fashioned.
it only took you 9 sessions, huh?
Only.
Oh, no, he brought his dice once before, and it was a lot of natty ones.
So 1d6 plus 7.
Okay, so 13 damage natural. And then you roll.
God, again though, fuck you.
So that was 13 plus
1.
14 plus your 7.
What's
Yeah.
your
21.
And then
Yeah,
I
you're-
have. I don't know, is that doubled?
Yeah, it is.
All dice.
So
21, so 25 plus 4, 29.
Is he raging?
What's the number on the back of that guy? The one that going through.
the looks like a
spell I can. I do like
Let me see.
damage, and you guys
I
are like,
did-
oh, I
that
do
was-
like 34.
that was a crit though.
Oh, another one?
Yeah.
Yeah!
I missed that.
That's what we're
So-
saying.
Would you like to describe how you kill him?
So basically,
like to do
as
this.
as he's running, he's got the blade backwards, and then using the key point, he just lowers himself and runs quicker. and
Naruto
turns
run?
the spin,
Yeah,
and
are you
just-
running Naruto?
Yeah.
So you do that, and with the slash, as it carves through the metal, you see that red essence escape, and again, it floods into the same one earlier, and this time you actually see the armor starts to like almost separate as it swells, and it actually grows a couple inches this time, and like the damage that you caused to it, like your maul is still like sort of stuck inside of it. As it swells, your maul like pops out, and it just sort of like almost like rolls its shoulders.
Wait,
a little
hold on.
bit.
So the essence left and then went back into the exact same one?
No. This one is dead. The essence left that one and went into the same one that the essence went into earlier.
So
No,
my
it's
quick question
It has
there
the
is,
essence of 3.
would my lightning have done any damage to said essence, or is it just essence?
It's just essence. As far as you guys can tell, it's just essence. End of your turn.
Yes, I have no more actions to burn.
Jet, you are up. Gunther, you're on deck.
You're so bad.
One key point.
I am.
He is still
I'm
frightened.
still frightened. However,
Wait, I thought.
I'm
Stop
frightened
being
of the dark.
such a pussy.
No.
no.
What?
It's in my nature. So I'm still frightened.
He goes before you, I go before you.
I do still have my action,
Yeah,
don't
he
I?
goes before you, and then you go.
And
Technically,
Jets.
you're still frightened. So, I mean, you have your action, but
It doesn't
you
have to
can't
move farther away.
advance. You can't advance closer.
right, I can't move forward.
but I will allow. Yeah, I'll allow you to use your action and bonus action, but you can't really like. You're at the point where you're like, okay, I feel safe. I can try to do something, but holy shit, that's scary.
There's a spider over there.
I can try a thing. I'm trying a thing.
You're in a safe space.
There's not a spider. You returned
This
it.
is a
Phobia.
safe space.
Oh, thank God.
So
Hashtag blessed.
I have disadvantage on attack rolls. However, I have advantage against the guy that cannot move.
Flat roll.
So therefore, I'm going to go ahead and use my crossbow.
Flat
Be
roll.
like, pew. From a safe distance.
From a
because
safe distance.
I am right there.
Pew, you motherfucker.
That's an 18 on the die.
That hits.
And for shits and giggles, because I can. Oh wait, no, I think it has to be a melee attack. Let me double check something real quick. It is when you hit a creature with a weapon attack. So because I have an auto crit, I'm dropping my.
Auto
Damage
crit is
attack.
only melee.
Oh, sorry, it's not an auto. That's right. I
Because-
still can do the
Yeah.
attack though.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go ahead and drop my last Word of Inspiration into that, and it should be a D6 or D8 for the crossbow. I forget which one I've got. Sorry. D8. So,
Remind me to say something when we're no longer streaming. Or pause our stream.
let's see. See if we can take out 1, 5, 9, 13. That's 15 points of damage on that one.
On the charmed one, right?
The one that's stuck, yeah.
He is the crossbow bolt like actually passes through his back, and you faintly hear the clink 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 as the bolt like falls down the inside of this Warforged. The Warforged doesn't fall over, but sort of like slumps over in place, almost like just like an automaton that just lost power.
Tin Man.
Yeah, just stops. Again, you notice, and you started to pick up the idea here that that essence escapes out of that hole that was there and floods over to this one.
I don't like that.
A different one?
Yes. So that one is
That one's
down.
dead.
That's
There's only one left, right?
2, 3
Two.
left.
Well, what?
2?
There's 3 left.
3 left. Un, deux, trois.
Oh, so that is a
Which one is the one that's all beefy?
the
Un
Yeah.
and deux.
yeah.
What? This guy got 2 guys. That guy got 3 guys inside of him. Inside of you.
Okay.
So
Is that the end of your round?
Vale, you're still looking pretty good, right? Health wise.
Yeah,
How are you looking health wise?
I'm down 12
Yeah.
right now.
I'm fine.
So DM,
I'm at 25.
every time
24.
the red stuff enters, it gets bigger. Does it seem like it's straining to hold all the energy?
This one, no, because it's only got 2 inside of it. You notice that, like I said, with this one, as that third
It's like-
essence sort of got into it, the metal skin of the Warforged actually started to like pull apart, and you can see like little cracks inside where like you can see that essence sort of just like roiling and swirling around. And so it doesn't look like it's struggling to contain them, but it looks like it's almost like at its
It's bursting
at its limit.
So real quick, because there's so many Warforged, I'm getting confused as to who's who. Have we downed a Warforged that got right back up?
No.
No.
Okay.
Every time we've downed one, the essence has gone into another downed one. Once there were no more downed ones that we didn't down, it's gone into ones that are still standing. And so those are the big beefy ones.
I'm just trying to figure out if we killed one, is there a possibility to get back up?
No one.
There
So
was
far, no.
evidence
No,
of
no
that.
one that we brought down has come back up. We'll just say that.
Okay.
Yes.
So Jet is gonna kind of. Come on, I can do this. And healing word. Whew. 4 points back because
Okay.
I needed some help there.
Sounds
I was
good.
hurting a little bit.
Oh, we're able to talk, right?
Actually, I should do
Yeah.
5 back.
So the main reason I'm getting at is I want to try to convey to see if maybe if we can coalesce all of the energy into that one, it might kill him because it's so strong.
I'm just gonna yell back.
Not scared anymore. 17 plus.
Fantastic.
I'm not sorry.
Back in the fight.
You have a nightlight!
Suddenly goes, wait a minute, that's not scary,
Whoop.
that's cuddly.
Hearing what Dalgren said, I'm just gonna yell out. Everyone focus on the same one.
Okay. Next up is Gunther. Zareth, you're on deck.
I don't know if we need to necessarily
If we
focus on the
focus on
same
the
one.
big-
But Joe, if you and I focus on this one, if him and him focus on this one, that would send both of those to there.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, has this one been attacked? The one that does not. That's not.
The one
big,
behind you?
Not big beefy boy.
I don't think it's taking damage.
No.
Wait, that's the shield one with Witch Bolt?
It has taken damage. Not Witch Bolt.
That
wasn't
wasn't
Witch
the Witch Bolt?
No, the
one?
Witch Bolt was the other one.
Idea of how much.
Which
He's
bolt?
gone now, right?
Yeah, Witch Bolt guy is gone.
Yeah. Okay.
Witch Bolt guy was this one,
Shield guy, yeah.
and he had circled back around behind to flank Gunther.
All right. Well, Gunther, in his very confident abilities right now, is going to stay exactly where he's at,
Okay.
and he's just going to try to beat the shit out of the smaller one.
Okay. Roll to attack.
He's just gonna try to beat the shit out of
The one thing you didn't have, Wayne, was Gunther's just natural affinity for my confidence is burning. Fuck you.
Like I tried to convey that, but you know, there's no being Shannon in that air arena.
Or this is
Oh, I thought you grabbed same color as this. I thought you grabbed my rolling truss. Like, how'd you fucking get that from me?
Sleight of hand.
All right.
That's the one.
I haven't used my iPad since last session, but I don't know if I turned it off or not, so I wonder if it's dead.
If you look for your watch.
My watch.
No, the sleight of hand.
Oh. I was like, my
His
watch is on
watch.
my wrist. Did something happen to me?
We still left
That
off on
hit-
that, haven't we?
I was gonna say his
28
watch
to
that
hit.
3 months ago was
Nah,
not
it
on his
misses.
person.
Yeah, it hits.
It uses shield.
Okay. Well, I'm just going to use my second attack.
Yeah, roll your second attack, and then you can just roll all the damage combined.
I mean, do you have a cord? Plug right
That
here.
is a 28. Wait. 27 to attack.
Oh,
It
actually,
hits.
that's needed. I was just, I've got
Roll your damage, both attacks.
All right.
And this is against the shield guy, right? The guy with the mini with the shield. Okay.
On the right. Oh, you don't even need my gloves. What the hell am I doing?
That's why I always throw Bardic Inspiration that.
So wait. So bless. That's just a hit, right?
I haven't used my
it's
Bardic
here.
Inspiration yet.
Oh, wait. Okay.
But you're immune to.
If you still have it.
Fear
What do
there.
that's only attack rolls, right? It's not damage?
So-
Attack saving throws.
Okay.
Or ability checks, like if you did an investigation or something, it can be used.
Okay. I was just trying to remember what my
It lasts
space
10 minutes.
was, so it's 6 isn't that right?
Wow.
Is that a natural 20?
Max damage.
18 plus 18.
Oh
34.
shit!
Yeah, 34.
Yeah, you knock his block off, man. And you see the one next to you that's sort of like bulked and swollen, and you know the armor's starting to separate, and you know there's that one behind you, and so like without taking your eyes off the guy next to you, you in one motion sort of like swing around and almost like a golf swing. Like as you're swinging, you let the maul like slide farther out and you grab it like right by the base, and it's like a long sweeping uppercut, and you come up and you hit the head, and the head just
Does it go into a gopher hole?
roll d20.
Go use my shit. You just invented golf.
As this happens, you see that red essence sort of like
What the fuck?
Gunther just invented golf. That's canon.
okay.
This is the great.
So
What the fuck?
you see it because you're on that side of the battlefield, and you track it, like you see the head go,
Dude.
and you're like, and you sort of get distracted. It's almost like, you know, you're shooting a gun and the shell's kicking out the side. You're sort of like, what was that?
How many has he killed? One,
you see-
2, 3, 4.
And you see it fly, and you see it bounces and hits the ground once, hits the ground twice, and then falls into a trench. With that,
Fucking hell.
10.
with that, you see the red essence sort of like out of the body, and it tumbles into this one, and you see it sort of like it absorbs in through the cracks and crevices, and you see it for a second, and it sort of like pulses, and the machine sort of like bends over a little bit, and then you see about the same amount of that red essence just sort of just expel out. And that's it.
The jar is full.
But that guy's still standing,
Yep.
and the red essence went out and just disappeared. Okay.
My plan is no.
Zareth, your go.
Well, well,
The
let's see.
fact that you actually roll. I was like, he has to hit a nat 20 for this to work.
Jesus Christ.
Invented golf.
Cannon.
You watch it go towards the
No, it's a golf swing.
The golf clap.
Rin, you're on deck.
Looking at so the Warforged that I'm with, right there with
Yeah.
Vale. And I'm gonna use this spell, but before I do, I'm just gonna look out and say, this will show that racist elf how you properly cast this spell. And I'm gonna use Ray of Frost.
Meta.
God damn, that's probably a miss.
Guess he's not showing no racist no one, huh?
So anything I can do to buff that.
That's a negative, Captain.
No.
What'd you roll?
That's a 10.
That's a miss.
So
This is how
you
you do it, you fucking idiot. None of them failed.
you cast Ray of Frost. It hits him, but he's made out of metal. Doesn't do any damage.
Throwing him back.
You need to unlearn that cantrip.
So
That is the best.
And you just hear
fucking,
the
like,
you just hear very subtly on the winds just a. Anything else you'd like to do?
Jerry, kidding.
Anything else you'd like to do? That was your action.
Dilly chuckles in the wind.
Bonus action, I'm just gonna go off. Fuck.
Okay.
That's it.
Ren,
Actually,
on your go.
Yes. Sorry.
Have I ended my turn yet?
What do you want to do?
What do you
I
want
just
to do?
want to move back like 15 feet.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
You want to go this way
Back.
or this way?
Yeah, because I'm afraid he's just gonna like.
Gotcha.
Never mind.
Rin, you're up. Vale, you're on deck.
I'm gonna get some blanking. You know what
I will move out.
Is that
Bill,
fine?
I don't know what
Yeah.
horse this is.
You
but I will
suddenly
move
feel
Bill.
ashamed.
I think I'm gonna go ahead and use it
it
as silent
You
fire.
just hear from like Rick and Morty. You just hear. "Booze."
Over here.
Patty Mason? Patty, is that you?
Yeah, it's Teddy Mason, the one fucking
Teddy
person
Mason.
no one's ever heard of.
I'm gonna keep
Then it's a
Gunter
weird commercial on
in good
TV. He's like,
spirits.
"Oh,
A
God."
healing word on Gunter
Okay.
to bolster his
Here, you
resolve.
get a job.
Oh, solid. 9 points. Healing back.
Oh, solid.
And I will just take the dodge action.
Okay. Vale, your go.
All right, I will. I guess.
Yeah. Oh, there's my pen.
I guess I'll just turn. No, because I'm within melee range. I will.
Every
Fuck.
now and then you're a little bit closer.
You're in quite the pickle.
I am.
Guys, did they update the D&D Beyond app?
If they did, they might.
I was gonna say it's letting me like change stuff on the app now.
Yeah, they added the player character sheets to the app now. Like you can actually edit and change your.
Well,
your
you used to not be able to edit. You
yeah,
used to
you
be
can
able
you
to
can
use
edit
it.
you can edit you can edit and change now.
That
It
was
was
fucking
it posted like a week ago, I think.
Supposed to update then.
Yeah.
I'll move 15 feet away.
Like I was gonna say, like,
Did you take the
essentially
dodge?
let me, like, control
No.
my
Nope.
slots, like
I
on
didn't-
the app, it controls me.
Because I want to use my bonus action for something else.
He rolling to attack.
This officially
Yeah,
is
no,
my
he is.
app now.
23 to hit.
That hits.
Aw. I cast shield on myself.
You do get
9
your
points of
uncanny-
damage.
You do get your uncanny dash back, right? Should you choose to.
Turn around.
Can I use a reaction to uncanny dodge a reaction?
You've played a rogue more than I have.
I'd say you get it back on your turn.
Yeah, I'm
But is it a
But can I use a reaction on a reaction?
My understanding was
Yes, you can.
correct.
Okay.
Use
Oh,
reaction
in that case, yeah.
okay?
I'll go-
Then yeah.
Yeah. I'll go ahead
Because
and use it then.
I haven't played a rogue, so I don't
Not
really know the
44.
mechanics of
Not
uncanny
40.
dodge.
It'd be like the same thing of like
4
if,
damage.
if Gunter moved away and cast shield as reaction to an opportunity.
Yeah.
Copy.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
That makes sense.
Cool.
Okay.
Good to know. Good to know.
Cool. Okay.
Or counterspell to a counterspell.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly.
Nice.
Okay.
All right.
Which is
Well,
no
You're
idea.
activating my trap
Oh,
card.
it is.
Your trap card.
I
Activate
love
my
doing
trap
it at the
card.
end, though.
all right.
Oh, you wanna
Then,
counterspell?
as a
Counterspell.
bonus action, I will use Insightful Fighting. So I am rolling against their deception check.
Hopefully not high charisma, right?
Hopefully not.
You've been able. I can't add like items or anything
Hey,
specifically.
real quick. Do you have proficiency bonus to attacks?
If you're proficient with that weapon,
or with
spells.
spells, then yes.
yes. Should be added into your spell attack modifier.
Yep.
Interesting. Would a 13 hit? Sorry, too late. but-
Negative.
I
23.
forgot to add that in. I only added in the plus.
Yeah,
four.
he
I forgot
succeeds. He
I'm
rolled.
proficient.
He rolled a natural 19 too.
Yeah.
Yeah, good job.
I always forget.
Fucking A.
So that is a 17 to hit.
Yeah, that hits.
Perfect.
That hits.
That will be a
Wow, that's really weird.
16 damage.
Okay. Yeah, he collapses.
Kill this fucker.
22.
What's up?
Bagoo.
Magoo.
Nicely done.
Now we just gotta focus on the big fucker.
Why would you only?
Now what we don't know is now big fucker does the exact same amount of damage as 3 of the regular fuckers. So
Yes, Gunther will find out.
And you do watch like as you kill him, the essence escapes and like so if the road is over there on Wayne's side and the fortress is going to be like way off in the distance that direction, you guys came in from over there, the essence sort of like comes out and shoots right over your shoulder and just and you sort of turn around and watch it, and like as it goes away, it just
into
just
life.
disappears. It's like it's not that it goes into a tree or disappears out of sight. It's that it just
into existence.
yes, just fades away.
It becomes one with Mother Earth.
There's nothing natural about that.
Okay, end of your turn is this Warforge's turn. He is going to take an attack on Gunther. He's going to take his 2 attacks. 14 to hit. 18 to hit.
Now, how does
Shield has faded. Shield has faded.
It's only for that.
You
It's-
could use another spell slot to reenact it. For shield. So
But you're using another spell slot.
But if you want to use another spell slot to do it.
Okay. Okay. 18 points of damage.
oh shit? All right.
And
That
so
was a bit different.
you see like it's sort of like swollen with all this essence that's inside of it, and the armor plates are sort of separating and bulging, and the eyes flare incredibly brightly, and it brings the arm blade back and just it finds that soft spot in between your armor, and it plunges it in your side, and as it's withdrawing the blade, it actually like rotates the arm and like twists the blade inside. Yeah, that hurt. Top of the round, back to Dockerin.
Running out some heals.
And it's just standing there, and it's like it is holding its ground. It does not look scared. It does not look afraid of the fact that it's the last one alive. It is focused. Jet, you're on deck.
I'm level 5 right now. Level 6, do I take a feat?
At level 8, you take.
At level 8, you take a feat. At level 6, you take an arcane tradition, which is part of your class,
You look
part
at
of your
your-
necromancer abilities.
Ability score improvement also means take a feat. It's either or.
Yeah, it's either ASI. It's either ASI or feat.
Yeah,
Okay.
either or.
That's what I was trying to find out.
Yeah, either ASI or feat.
Oh, I need my dust. Collect the dust.
I assume you're going to.
I'm gonna attack Big Boy because he's being kind of a jerk.
Kind of a jerk.
I imagine you're flanking.
That is affirmed.
Frankie.
30.
I have something to tell you.
Unless you want to use a bonus action to burn Step of the Wind, you can't get flanking.
Can you go around the other way?
He was a
5,
big
10, 15, 20, 25, 30. It still wouldn't be enough to get flanking. It's because he was right here, and it's split distance either way. To get around, I mean, he can try to climb over the bodies, but it's going to be difficult terrain, and it's going to half his movement. Because Gunther is literally surrounded by a pile of Warforged
Could
bodies.
he attempt an acrobatics?
As a monk, I have the whatchamacallit movement. Doesn't that mean I ignore?
You have unarmored.
Unarmored, yeah.
Is it armor movement?
Just-
oh, it's the updated version.
Wait,
that lets me
the
ignore.
unarmored movement. Do you have the increased movement speed? What
Are
is
you?
movement
Is
speed?
your move speed 40
Oh
or
yeah,
30?
it's 40.
Okay, then yeah, you can make it. Yeah. I forgot that you'd taken that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Coolest to be.
Yeah,
I
what,
forgot
are
about
you,
that too.
are you 2 levels of luck, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, you get another one. You get another.
Forgot about that. I'm glad you all said that because I totes my goats forgot. So I am. So I can use my bonus action. So I have 2-weapon fighting technically, but I have my gauntlet, right?
Mhm.
So I'm basically gonna hit my scimitar and then punchy punch with the gauntlet.
Okay.
That's what an evil guy says, right? Punchy punch.
Mhm.
I'm a punch you. 15 plus 7.
It hits
You can roll for a crit too.
because it's advantage.
Oh, yeah,
it's
'cause
advantage.
It's advantage.
Fish for crits.
Damn it. So close. 19.
Yep, hits.
And then I think it's plus 6 on the unarmored. Or the
So
not
what
the
is for
unarmored,
bait
sorry.
A party member.
Actually, I'm not going to use this. I'm going to use Flurry Blows and use my second key point.
You put
Uh,
the gun
what
on the
aren't
other
you
side
using?
And say stay.
Huh?
and
What
then
are you
you
I
not
was
using?
originally going to use my unarmored gauntlet as my bonus because it's technically like a second.
Gotcha.
Weapon.
You're going to use flurry of
Instead,
blows.
I'm going to use Flurry Blows, which is unarmored.
Gotcha. That's fine.
So
I was just trying to clarify what you were not using.
1d4 plus 4. Well, that's the what is it to hit?
If you're doing a second
Plus
attack,
seven.
if you're doing a second attack, go ahead and roll to hit on that, and then we can roll all your damage together.
Well, it's plus 7. That's what I was wondering. So it was what was the first one? 9 plus 7.
16 hits.
Yep.
Just barely.
Nice. Okay.
Just barely.
So the scimitar is 1d6 plus. You know, I'm just gonna bring it over here. 1d6 plus 7 plus
13. 16.
and then 1d4 plus 4.
Yep.
For 2. Oh wait, I get another attack. It's flurry of blows, right? I didn't roll that one. I just rolled my second one. We gotta see if that one hits. What's that one?
12.
Oh,
Or is that
12.
17?
Yeah, it's 12 plus 7, which would hit. Or 12
Yeah.
plus 7.
So, yeah. So you're at 16 damage right now.
Yeah.
So you have 2 more.
1d4 plus 4s.
Yes. So you're at
So-
you're at 24 including your bonus. So roll 2d4s. 28.
nice.
29. How do you want to do this?
That was
Golf
really
clap.
good.
Now the golf is a
Uh,
thing.
so as he turns around, he's bringing the scimitar up the back again, and then using the elbow, and then bringing the other elbow forward as well.
Okay. I need you to make a charisma saving throw, please.
That sucks
Good
bottoms.
thing you're blessed.
And also Bardic Inspiration.
Oh shit, yeah.
Oh,
you
that's
still
true.
have that.
I do. What does Bardic Inspiration give
1d8.
me? So 11 plus 0, so...
12.
And a D8, you said?
D8.
Don't rely on that D8.
Yeah.
15.
You do not succeed.
Fuck you!
Hey, you would have had inspiration had you not stolen from.
Fair.
So, as all these blows hit, you
Where's
actually,
that D20? Oh, right there.
I was gonna say, I thought it rolled in the middle of all the mess. All these blows land and hit, you keep focusing on the same point, and as you hit and hit and hit, and you see the like where the armor had started to bulge apart, like with the training you've received in specific fighting styles, like you know how to analyze weak points, and you start focusing your attacks, and you start collapsing in those plates and keep pushing and pushing and pushing, and eventually you see like the structural integrity of this Warforged starts to collapse, and as that last blow hits, your elbow actually like sinks into the Warforged, and you have to like pull your elbow out, and as you do, all of that essence inside just rushes towards you, and it passes through your eyes, your mouth, your nose, your ears, and it just consumes you.
Seen one too many hentai noise.
And
Is it evanescence?
it's for a moment you're
Wake me up.
like you're locked in place, and you're sort of like frozen in this pose, and like every muscle in your body tenses, and you start to see images of war, and you're seeing images of large groups of Warforged clashing against each other, and just running towards each other, and hundreds of them fall and then they take a couple steps back, and then they rush towards each other again, climbing over the bodies of their dead comrades and attack each other again. You see more of them fall, and you just see these piles of bodies start arising. And as you see all these images, and they flash to different parts of the battlefield, and you start, even though you're not in control of your faculties, you start to notice and you realize that these are images of whatever battle took place here. And you start to see the tower in the distance, and you see these massive siege engines, and it flashes to a different part of the battle, and you see actual like humanoids fighting. You see limbs being ripped off. You see one of these Warforged Titans lumbering across the battlefield, and you see a squad of people charge towards it, and in one motion, it just, with the giant great hammer, just, and you see body parts just fly off into the distance, and it's this just onslaught of destruction and death and pain. And as this is all going on, you start to hear whispers, and you hear, "Save us. Help. You must stop him. The swamp."
I noticed you were trying to get on the Wi-Fi.
Swamp.
Because it actually popped up on my iPad and was like, "Do you want to
You
share
gotta drain the
password?"
swamp.
See,
Make a
that's
wisdom
what I was trying to
saving.
figure
Make a
out.
wisdom saving throw at this
I
point.
know who I'm voting for. So.
Make a wisdom saving throw.
Because I'm assuming it tries to do.
What are you doing in my
I don't know why his isn't doing it.
You also have a D4.
Yeah, +1 is 13.
Perfect. Yeah, I don't know why it wasn't letting you ship.
Plus
That is
4.
good.
So
Because my
17.
emails from
So,
his contacts list.
all of these images are flooding your mind, and you're sort of,
There you go.
you know, your eyes are closed and you're locked in position. It's almost like you're there.
Yeah.
And a couple of times these images will flash across your mind as someone gets stabbed with a sword, and you feel that pain, and you it's just this onslaught of feeling and emotion, and you hear these whispers come across, and it's just this, it almost overloads you, and so you just hunker down, and it's almost like you go to that safe space in your mind, and as you do that, you sort of just like tense, and you're able to fight it off. And you all see him, he's just sort of locked in place, and you hear him like the occasional little like grunt of pain, and then you see that all that essence that had gone inside of him, it's just a as it expels out from him.
So he's the only one that heard any of that.
Yeah, he's the only one. You saw the essence. You all saw the essence
right.
go inside of him,
Correct.
and him obviously fighting something.
But we didn't hear any of.
You and you. Yep, because you're within range. You both take 3 points of psychic damage.
Yeah, so when I reopen my eyes, I'm the edge of my iris is like blood red, and my eyes are starting to turn bronze. Yeah, and I'm like
Fighting it off. All right, guys, let's see in combat. So you all find yourselves on the battlefield, sort of a couple of you, holding your sides, tending to some wounds. The battlefield is silent for the moment. You sort of take a second and you look around and you look at some of the bodies nearby, and you see Vale. You see one Warforged that's like lying on the ground next to you, but he's like rusted and sort of like corroding, and you just sort of like kick it. Nothing happens. Sort of shake it again with your foot.
I was gonna say flare. I'll just pop.
No result. Nothing happens. And so you sort of sit there and you're all on edge for like a minute.
I will cautiously lead my horse and check on Dalkin.
so he's sitting there shaking and trying to continually recall everything that was going on in his mind, and continually like patting his body where he wasn't stabbed. I'm assuming, right? So because he was essentially getting stabbed in these memories, and
Yes.
he's like touching himself, but there's no blood in those sections, so he got hit. He's just silently processing.
She's going to be concerned. She's going to take your head and cast Cure Wounds on you.
I never received that herbalism chart from you.
fucker.
I checked my email and I didn't see anything from you.
So he starts to.
Start to get up. Where is Doctor?
Swamp.
Swamp. No, we're in a battlefield.
Swamp.
Your ass is sweaty? Swamp ass?
They're in a swamp.
No, battlefield.
Guys, clearly swamp means something.
Like,
I think he's seeing an image
No
of a swamp.
battlefield. I just imagine a kid like, nah.
You're
No.
wrong.
yeah,
No.
I'm just gonna run up and very dramatically be like,
Tell us, what about the swamp?
Jet wants to walk up as well.
Okay.
Where is a swamp?
Can I do a? Would it be?
Yeah, maybe a history to see if
To see.
we've seen a map.
I'm just.
But it's been a little bit.
Both of you with disadvantage because you're unfamiliar with the area.
Lie down on the cot. You seem unwell.
I'll allow it because you saw a map, but it's going to be with disadvantage.
Jesus, I probably not say shit. Fucking really?
What was that?
2 natural 3s.
Lit. Yeah, you don't know.
There's no fucking way.
Yeah, you don't know.
17.
Um,
Better than I did.
the map you were shown was pretty much just, it really didn't detail like natural landmarks. It was more
Right.
so a, hey, here's Fairhaven. Follow this line to here, and then follow this line to get to here.
It was not topographic.
Right.
It was not a topographical map.
You need to go to the swamp.
So you really don't.
Perhaps someone.
I mean, there could be a swamp in the area, but it.
Get on the horse with me.
You really don't.
He's
You really
just-
don't
he's
know.
Just following.
Alright.
Doctor is just following, still processing, feeling
I'm-
the
Or
stab.
she's gonna like
wounds
offer.
there.
She's gonna try and help you onto the horse.
I'm just gonna kick through the bodies and be like, Gunther thinks Dalker got hit on the head too hard. Just kind of like push past him and just kind of like keep walking around.
I'd like to say now that Doctor has a scimitar, he does a lot more damage.
I didn't say that. I just think I got hit in the head too hard.
I know. I'm just really happy, guys.
You feel like you're living up to your.
I didn't do 8 fucking damage.
Can Jet kind of consider the red versus the blue, like what that might have
Red
been?
versus
See, but basically seeing this red
Why are we all
light kind
here?
of come up
Should have.
and just kind
I
of
mean, like, why are we in a box
little bit
canyon?
to be like,
Roll, yeah, just roll an intelligence, just a straight intelligence check.
the only reason we have a base over here is because they have a base over there.
disadvantage or
No, just a straight roll.
that's a straight intelligence is going to be a 17.
You hear Caboose's voice. No.
I was like, wait a minute, he wasn't joking.
No,
I know, but I was
yeah,
like, he
yeah.
wasn't joking. He was
Not my
serious.
fault. Somebody put the ball in my way.
No, it's it's
As Jet walks in the
That's so
Uh,
great.
you've in your travels you've interacted with enough Warforged to know that there something is wrong. You don't have a lot of experience like with the mode of creation and how Warforged are formed and how the creation forges operate. All you really know from your travels and your talking with people is that a body is constructed and then through some arcane process sentience is infused inside the body. And you know that there's when the Warforged is killed, it's not a soul in the traditional sense.
right.
It's more of it is more of like a very high end like animate armor, animate construct kind of conjuration. And so there's something about this that is corrupted.
Darker. Yeah,
Darker.
than what
Something
your typical-
is messing with the way that sentience is infused inside these Warforged, and it's corrupting it, it's abusing it, it's twisting it to its will. And just
Kind
it's
of like a maybe possession type. That's
you gather that
something
it's probably along those lines of, especially after seeing what happened to Dalkarin after he
Right.
defeated it. It's starting to check the boxes of like, okay, some sort of corruption, some sort of possession, something dark, something. Yeah.
Not that I would know, but are dragon shards used in the formation of Warforged? Is that part of the
As a DM, I honestly don't know the answer to that.
Okay.
That's something I'd have to do research on.
No worries. Just a waiting
I-
question. I don't.
Off the top of my
There's no purpose,
head,
you know?
from what I've read, I don't believe so. There might be like dragon shards involved in the actual like ritual used as a way to like focus the power, but I don't. It's off the top of my head. I don't believe it's similar to the Warforged Titan, where it's a dragon shard power core. I think it's more of just they infuse the sentience inside of it, and it's done. But let me make a note of that.
Like I said, no worries, probably no pertinence, just waiting curiosity.
I don't recall it ever being talked about that dragon shards are in the creation of
And,
Warforged.
and I've not seen anything like this.
God,
correct?
looked at the character race.
No, this is a first for you. You fought alongside Warforged a lot. You have friends that are Warforged. There's something about this is off-putting.
Probably like an abomination. Jet, get back on the road. I'm uncomfortable being here.
Well, I think that lies.
Perhaps more answers about this might lie at Town Valiant.
Right.
I've also kind of, if I'm being clear, I've just kind of like stormed off and gone back to the horse.
Which Jet does kind of want to look.
There's horrors here?
The one that has his head knocked off. Can he look in it real quick
Make an investigation check.
as he's walking by? 17. Apparently, I like 17 today.
Apparently. So
Wait a minute.
you
That's statutory, isn't it?
Yeah.
yes. You sort of like
Indiana.
you walk up to the body, and it has at this point it's sort of like collapsed onto its side, and the head is completely from like where the neck plates would connect to the shoulder plates. It is just completely just removed, and you sort of like look inside of it, and from what you can see, the inside is just where it should be like shiny metal. It's like corroded on the inside. It's like dark rust red brown color, and you can't really see anything, but you sort of like you reach inside to see if it's like a film or like a different texture, and you start like feeling around on the inside of these plates, and you start feeling like carvings inside. And something's like that's weird, and so you since you try to position it to where you can see, and it's difficult because of where it's positioned, and so you sort of like you stick a finger in the dirt, and like as you sort of trace the carving, you're trying to like replicate it, and as you do, you start to feel the like as you're tracing it in the dirt, you start to notice the beginnings of an arcane rune of some sort.
Well, if Zareth were here, Jet would call Zareth, but her wizard has disappeared somewhere. Is there a way that I can take a note of that? I imagine Jet's got.
So like you
pen,
finish.
paper, and scroll.
Just make a general dexterity check for me.
Not as good on that one. 12.
I would say like you feel that you're able to recreate the general shape of it, but like you can feel that there's like some finer details.
That I'm missing.
So you feel like as you're tracing it, there's an outer ring and an inner ring, and you get those, and then there's a central shape inside that center ring. There's a central shape, and that's sort of what clued you in that it's an arcane rune. But then, like as you sort of are tracing around it, you notice that between the inner ring and the outer ring, in that space, there's much finer runes, and as you're tracing over them, you can't really like resolve what they are. And so you have the outer ring, you have the inner ring, and you have this arcane rune in the middle, but that's as much as you have.
Okay. Anything in the actual like center of this?
Yeah, it's like a
So like you said, there's.
so you
Ring,
here it's
ring.
like a
Hello?
Banana phone.
Stupid.
so it's sort of like that.
Gotcha.
You have the outer ring, you have the inner ring, you have this arcane rune inside,
Okay.
some design inside, but then there's stuff that's inside
So I-
here that you can't really, you feel it and you know that there's something there, but it's so fine and it's almost like it's barely carved into the metal that you can't really resolve what the individual marks are.
Right. So I've got the middle piece though,
Yes.
and the outer ring.
Yes.
Okay. Jet will kind of keep a note to himself and head back to the cart where I assume everyone else is right now.
Okay.
Yes, pretty much. Just a mental note of, this is odd, but
What's everyone doing?
when I did touch that, did it feel like it was rust?
It wasn't smooth metal, but rust will typically leave a residue,
Right. did
and
I
there
get
was no
that?
residue.
Okay.
But there was instead of it being smooth metal, it was textured.
Okay.
It's heavy metal.
No, it was black metal.
Well, shall we
Only metal.
head to the fort?
Yes, there might be more answers plus a job there.
And maybe some rest too. Just kind of get a look at where he got stabbed.
Yeah.
Yes, do you need to help you?
Rest might be good.
He
No,
just
rest
sipped
already fine.
on the blood out of his back.
Just a little pale, that's all.
Just a pail or something.
So you're all making your way towards the fortress.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
Just takes
Um,
advantage on it.
Click.
I mean, it's still a good mile and a quarter ish away from, like, it's a distance away from you guys. And as you're progressing through this battlefield, like, it's a lot. Like, this was a major battle. You progress your way towards the fortress, and as you get closer, you notice that the drawbridge that would lower and allow access is closed. And again, for those of you that play Warzone, imagine prison, right? Sitting on top of that large stone platform, and there's like a rise that sort of comes up to meet it. And as you all start to ascend that rise, you come up to the edge of it, and the drawbridge is shut. The drawbridge is metal. The entire construction of it is metal. And you can see some soldiers sort of like walking on the ramparts. And you do see directly above where the drawbridge is, there's like one of those like archer slits in the side of a castle. It's not like a full window, it's just more like a small little, and you can see the soldier standing there. And as you step, he's like, halt! Who goes there?
We are Rennie and the Jets. We're here to, great name. We're here to help a missing persons case, I do believe.
Who sent you?
Magistrate.
Magistrate Eva?
As a child, I view that in my head so well. When I go,
Is that name supposed to mean something?
Well, fuck.
From Fairhaven.
Understood. Wait here. You see him disappear.
So you get things done around here.
A few minutes pass. A few minutes pass. He doesn't return, but you do notice, like at the top of the ramparts, probably a good like 80 feet up. Like these are tall castle walls. You do see that like some of the guards that you saw like patrolling along the ramparts, they're starting to group up and gather, like right there.
Obviously, Lucy from Blood Loss, why don't you just let me do the talking?
And you can see them all sort of like, it's not like they've drawn weapons and are holding arrows knocked pointing towards you. They're just sort of at the ready. You gather that they're on edge.
I wave.
None of them wave back. So as you're standing there and waiting, you know, like the chasm that separates the fortress and this rise that you guys are on is probably about maybe like 40 feet in width. And then, you know, since you're sort of at the front of the group, you sort of just like peek over the edge, and it's a good like 75-foot fall. Like it's just like a sheer cliff face.
Is there a moat at the bottom?
Negative, Captain.
I don't know. I'm
This
thinking of
is-
Sparta type thing.
With your experience in the military, you're looking at this and you're like, damn, I wish I had something like this to defend in Sire. Like, this is just clicking all the boxes of like, this is an incredibly defensible position. Like they're really well set up here.
With the Lexus setup.
Probably about 7 or 8 minutes pass, and you see right at the base of the drawbridge, right, like directly across from you guys, you actually see like a door swing open. And you see an armored figure, helmet on, full armor, hand on sword, even though there's like a 40-foot gap separating you all. And you hear a feminine voice ring out. She goes, "No names?"
I'm Jet, with running in the Jets. Ren,
Rain.
Vale,
Gunther.
I am Gunther.
Zareth, and Dalkern.
Understood. Your business?
We were sent to help you. Disappearing soldiers. Magistrate Eva Fairhaven thought you could use our
In character.
talents.
Interesting. Wait there. The door shuts.
We're waiting.
Have been.
What else are we supposed to do?
Yeah.
20 or 30 seconds passes and you start to hear the... And you start to see the drawbridge. And it lays across. And it's... I mean, as it fell towards you, you notice that this sheet of metal that makes up this door is probably a good, 10 to 12 inches thick. Like, the thing's massive.
Yeah.
Massive.
We're gonna be locked in here, guys.
You make your way across, and as you make your way across, the same person that accosted you through the door is standing there in her armor, and she is flanked by about 7 guards. Her armor is a little bit... Her armor is more ornate than the others around her, but all of their armor is weathered, dirty. It's not polished by any means. It's... you gather that they've seen recent combat or like recent missions, and they might be stretched a little thin. As you approach to her, she takes her helmet off, and you see a middle-aged, half-elven woman, brown hair tied up in a very, very tight bun. When it's down, probably about shoulder length, but it's up in a very, very tight bun at the moment. Very, very accentuated, almost elven features, even though it's very obvious she's a half elf, but she maintains probably quite a bit of her elven lineage. Pointed chin, pointed cheekbones, very striking features. You do notice that she does carry a scar on the side of her neck that disappears below her armor. And as you get about 5 feet away, she sort of nods to all you and she goes, "I'm Captain Eldira. You're here to see the Major, yes?
Yes, that is correct.
Follow me. We'll escort you through the grounds." And she turns around and walks in. As you make your way into the fortress, the exterior walls where you're entering are probably 20 to 30 feet thick. They seem to be made out of solid stone.
Sorry, could I ask again her name one more time?
Eldira. Eldira. Captain Eldira. And she did not give you a surname.
Thank you.
You're welcome. There are a few doors as you're progressing in, doors that'll lead into the walls. You gather that's probably where the guard houses are, maybe where the assembly that rolls the drawbridge down. You keep progressing farther and farther in, and I know I mentioned this at the last session, but I forgot to mention it as you guys were approaching. On the exterior of the fortress, there were large, like, boarded up windows. Almost, they're semicircular with the bottom being flat, and it's like a semicircle on top, and they're boarded up with wood. And you can see a seam down the middle, almost like these doors or something would open up. And you make your way inside, and as you pass through the walls, you step into a fairly large courtyard, like central courtyard. And as you look around, it's all like surprisingly well manicured. The grass is trimmed. There are actually like flower beds around some of the buildings, and you do see like some buildings sprouting out from the walls, like actual like square-looking buildings, and then you do see inside the walls almost like windows and doors, and you gather that some of the facilities for this fortress are probably built into the walls. Some of it's probably underground, but then there are these standalone buildings out in the courtyard. And as you progress further in, you're crossing the courtyard almost straight to the back of the fortress. And as you're crossing, you look around, and at the position where those windows would be, you roll a history check. You all see these large machines in these slots where these windows would be, and they probably stand 20 feet tall, 10 feet wide, on a large circular base.
15.
You haven't seen these exactly, but you've seen something similar. These are large scale, like arcane eldritch cannons.
Nice.
Some form of probably siege defense.
So like what an artificer can make, but like
On a
20.
massive scale. Probably those wooden doors you saw probably fling open, and then these can sort of like push out as a large defensive mechanism for the fortress itself.
So as I notice that, can I just kind of lean over like, who are like cannons?
Who are you saying that to?
I'm just out loud, just for everybody who can hear it.
Okay.
So,
Real quick, you said everyone you wanted to roll out, right?
No, just him.
Okay.
Just him.
Sorry, I missed my shit.
Rolled a 91 and a 90 20 left.
You continue making your way across the courtyard, and you're making your way towards a 3-story building that is built into the wall. You can see the square front of it and the sides, but then it disappears into the wall.
What are those?
Huh?
You said large what?
Building. Just like built into the wall.
My bad, hold on.
As you progress towards it, there are 2 guards standing out front, full armor. Again, like as you're walking around, you do see like some people sort of like walking around the courtyard, some soldiers going about their day. Maybe they're on, their break time. Maybe they're on, standard duties. Everyone's armor sort of looks the same. There's no person that stands out with like super polished armor. Everyone's armor is dirty. It's weathered. It's seen better days.
It's like all huge albums.
This is still in Breland, right?
Ondare.
Oh, there, sorry.
Yes, yes, Ondare. None of their armor bears the Dragonhawk of Fairhaven.
Okay.
It is just straight, just like you see some plate, you see some chainmail, some leather armor, but it's all weathered, tattered almost. As the captain leads into the building, the 2 guards next to it sort of throw a quick salute, but it's not like super regimented. It's just a rather like, and that's it. You progress inside. It is rather sparse.
We have to leave the wagon in the courtyard.
Yes, yeah, that was assumed. You progress inside.
You know what happens when you assume.
The interior is sparse. There's no decorations on the walls. The furniture is simple wooden furniture, simple wooden tables, wooden chairs, stools, things like that. You progress through a couple different chambers as you're making your way farther and farther and farther into the building.
Has Captain Aldair said anything to us, or is she just business?
Negative. She is leading you to where you're supposed to go. Eventually, you make your way far enough back, and you gather by this point you're probably about halfway through the wall. You're probably about halfway through the wall towards the exterior of the fortress at this point. Like you're deep inside the husk of the fortress. And she pushes a door open and then stands to the side, just like using her. She doesn't enter the room, but she like pushes the door open and just stands to the side and looks at you all and just sort of like nods with her head and beckons you inside.
Jet will nod to her and walk in.
Okay.
Thank you.
She doesn't respond.
I know.
You walk in and you see
Thank you for being polite.
there are 2 desks in the room. You see sitting at the larger desk, straight back, you see a human man, middle-aged, maybe a little bit on the younger side. Shaved head, but he's growing a little bit of stubble out. Probably hasn't seen a fresh shave in a couple days. Same with the beard, the facial hair. He's got like that 5 o'clock shadow, almost growing into scruff. He is sitting at the desk in full armor. Has a helmet sitting on the desk next to him. His armor is much more ornate. You do see on like the top, what would be like the top left from his perspective, the top right for you guys of his breastplate, you do see the stamped Dragonhawk of Fairhaven. He does have ropes going from the shoulder plates, sort of signifying rank. And as you get closer, you notice that he has a scar that sort of traces down his face, and one of his eyes is like, he's still got the eye, but it is disfigured. When his eyes move around the room, this one doesn't. But it's very obviously still the original eye.
Left eye?
Yeah, it would be his left eye. And he's just sitting behind his desk, and he's got his head down. In the direct center of the room is a large, almost like a conference table. And you can see parchment and maps and all kinds of things just sort of strewn across the table. Markers for troop movements, things like that. And then sitting off to the side, when you walk into your left, against the wall is a much, much smaller desk, like the size you would find in a high school. A tiny, tiny little desk. And you can see a thin, wiry, half-elven male, probably 30, 35 years old, wearing like tattered leather armor, does not look like a fighter or anything, and he has a stack of books on one side and a smaller stack of books on the other side, and he is just like, he's pulling a book up, flipping through pages, making notes, closing it, putting it in this pile next to him, grabbing another one, picking it up, and flipping through, and he's doing something, but he's constantly processing these books. He's making notes, and he'll make notes on a little piece of paper and put it down, grab another book, do some stuff, closes the book, puts it back in the pile on the left, grabs the book he had just touched, brings it back up, scratches something out, makes a new note, closes it, puts it back, grabs the book, and he's just sort of repeating this process over and over. As you walk in, you all file in. You're in the lead. You notice the major, like as he's writing, he sort of like looks up at you and like nods, but then goes back and continues writing, and he doesn't say anything off the bat.
Jet will return the nod as well, but wait basically until he.
And probably about a minute of like awkward silence passes. You sort of look around the room and you notice that half-elven man over to the side is like, he's writing, and then he'll stop and he'll look at you all, but then as soon as you two make eye contact, he's immediately like back to writing. About a minute passes, and the large man sitting behind the desk sort of drops the quill inside of an inkwell and pushes it to the side, pushes his papers to the side, and sort of like sits back in the wooden chair, and you can hear the chair, like, you can hear it creak. And he looks up and he goes, "What's your business?"
You are the commander of Fort Valiant, correct?
Major Gotrek, at your service. What can I do?
We're running the Jets. We were sent by Magistrate Ava from Fairhaven. Sounds like you had some issues with missing soldiers. We were sent to help.
Great. I report disappearances, expecting reinforcements, and she sends me this. A child. Good to know that's where we're at now. Sorry, was expecting soldiers.
We may not be soldiers, however, we are quite good at investigating.
And fighting.
Of course, and we can handle our own.
Okay. Before we get to business, if you don't mind me asking, why did the magistrate send you? What? You don't look like soldiers. And you can see his eyes are constantly coming back to you, and he's like, you don't look like the kind of folk that live here in Onder. What brings you? Why? Why were you sent and not a squad of trained soldiers to fix the fucking problems?
Tell them about the cult.
Well, we assisted in essentially getting rid of a cult that was based in Fairhaven. Of course, using our various talents, we were able to locate where they were at and
We killed the devil.
kill a fiend.
Hey,
Well done. You killed the devil.
Bale technically killed it.
Gunther's
But
just gonna like step forward like Gunther is soldier, and just kind of like just slap his chest really
I
hard.
helped. I helped.
And he sort of like his attention shifts from the group as a whole, and he looks at you, and you can see him doing like he gives you the once over. You fought in the war, didn't you?
Gunther has much experience.
And at this point, he actually like sits forward in the chair, and the one hand that was like resting like this on the armrest sort of like disappears beneath the table, and he sort of like leaned forward and he goes, "What side?"
Great question.
it's a great question.
You fought for Sire.
Oh, I guess okay. Yeah, so Gunther fought for Sire.
Where were you when it happened?
Gunther was on outskirts. Barely made it out.
Can I check an insight
Yeah, can I
to
do
see
that
how
as
he's
well?
reacting to this information?
Mhm.
I'd like
I get an
to.
insight on Gunther.
I'd like to
No.
roll to know what's going on.
29.
Okay.
18.
I have a plus 10 to my insight. I rolled an natural 19.
You specifically, you noticed that like at first when like as soon as he noticed that Gunther was a soldier and like set forward, he was, even though he's behind a desk, he was getting into it. Like he was ready to fight. He was ready. His hand probably disappeared either to grab a sword, grab a dagger, grab a gun under the desk. He was
preparing for something.
He was preparing for something. And when Gunther said "Sire," you notice a sort of there was a relaxation to his
Slight
pose, but at the same time a almost like a fog across the eyes. And when he asked the question, "Where were you when it happened?" He's here and he's paying attention,
But he's thinking.
but he's
back
somewhere
to,
else.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it was he's in a bit of a more relaxed position, but you can definitely tell that he's still on edge a little bit with you guys.
Can I tell there's, at the very least, tension, or
Yes.
that he's not fully focused?
There's both.
And what was his name again, if you don't want to repeat that?
Gotrick, Gotrick. Again, he did not give a surname. So he sort of like looks at you, and everyone lost someone that day.
Gunther just nods and just shows the look of yeah, he knows what he's talking about.
Any of the rest of you have military experience besides the child?
Doc smiles, goes, not a bit.
Not military exactly.
You say exactly.
Well, I mean, I have experiences
Yeah, just kind of
elsewhere
pass it
that would help pertain to this, such as actually investigating why these disappearances are happening.
Great. Okay. So we're sent a soldier, a child, an amateur investigator, a catman, and someone that has no military experience.
And Zareth. And Zareth is probably like looking at a wall.
An old man.
So this is what it has come to.
Is it not better that we are here than more soldiers that could die from Ondair?
You make a point, but
You could also be upset now and happy whenever we solve your problem.
and I hope you do, but you have to understand. I requested soldiers. They send me, for lack of a better term, civilians. You have to understand that my concern is warranted.
I understand your frustration, however, we are here to help. If you have issues, I would suggest take it up with Magistrate Eva. and give us
Oh,
our
trust
tasks.
me, she will be receiving a strongly worded message.
We came a long way to help you. At least give us a chance. Magistrate Eva also expressed doubt when she first met us, but we've proved valuable enough to make it into her confidence.
Well, guess we have to work with what we've got. And you can see he's sort of like, he's still processing. Tell me what information did Magistrate Ava give you? Tell me what you know, and I will fill in what information I can pass along.
We have soldiers going missing.
That's essentially all we've been told, is soldiers have gone missing and you need help taking care of whatever is causing this.
Well,
We were also accosted by several what we thought were dead warforged just outside of your fortress. We would not be too far to reach to assume that might be part of the problem.
well, it's good to know that they don't just kill my soldiers. The general idea is, over the past 2 months or so, there have been a string of seemingly random disappearances. At first, it was a merchant from a monthly supply caravan. We receive supply caravans from around the country that keep us stocked with food and materials and armor and weapons and, fresh bodies and the things a fortress needs to survive and maintain dominance over the area. But one day our caravan never arrived. We gave it a day or two, just expecting, maybe they got waylaid, maybe the cart broke down, just general issues that can arise when traveling on the road. So we waited 2 days, still no caravan. No word from the central government stating that the caravan was going to be delayed. And so I sent a patrol out to find them. The patrol made it to the edge of the battlefield, the remnants of the battlefield that surrounds us, as I'm sure you saw when you came in. And they found the cart with no people or horses, just the cart, just left in the road. All of our supplies were there. Everything that we requested was there, but no people, no animals, nothing. We assumed maybe it was bandits, someone got greedy, but that doesn't really line up with the fact that they left all of the stuff. So we increased our patrols between here and Blue Vine. We brought the materials back to the fortress and figured maybe it was a one-off. And then about 2 weeks later, it happened again, except this time a little bit closer to the fortress. This time we found the remains of the Caravanseers, animals and the people. We had requested fresh weapons. The weapons were missing. We had requested fresh food, fresh water, fresh supplies to replenish our arcane defenses that are around the fortress. The food was there. The arcane supplies were missing. The weapons were missing. But all of the, honestly, more important things were still present, which is a blessing, I guess. Until about 2 weeks ago, our friend Ardor, the farmer, we just got a report at night from one of our patrolmen on the ramparts that there was light off in the distance towards the road. Color of fire. It was large, it was bright in the middle of the night, and so we quickly dispatched a unit to go and investigate, and they found the farm on the edge of the battlefield. The house was burned down, the barn was burned down, the livestock that Ardor maintained was in the fields slain, the fields were set on fire. There was nothing left. We investigated. We found obvious signs of a scuffle, of a struggle of some kind, but we weren't able to follow the tracks out of the farmland because they went into the battlefield. And I mean, I'm sure as you all saw, the battlefield's a mess. You can lose anything in there. And we lost the trail and weren't able to follow. So we sent a scouting party out into the woods surrounding Ardor's farm, and they never returned.
If I may ask, aside from the farm and the battlefield we saw moving in, what else can you say about the terrain around this
It's
fort?
difficult terrain. Only gas is terrain.
Besides difficult.
Great.
I mean, we are central defensible positions surrounded by the chaos of a battle at the end of the war.
But what I mean is, we traveled through a forest on our way here. Then suddenly the forest ends and it's a massive open battlefield. What about the other direction? What about to the east and west?
Well, the battlefield as a whole is rather circular. We were besieged on all sides by the Thranish army. The battlefield itself extends, if the fortress is a central point, it extends about 2 miles in every direction. And it's littered with the remains of the battle in every direction, both Thranish, Ondarian, Brelish, Carnathian. Then beyond that, forest, some areas denser, some areas sparser. If you continue on, and he sort of gestures behind him, like in the opposite direction from like the direction you guys were coming towards the fortress beyond. It's like if you continue for another, I don't know, 60, 70 miles, there's a you'll reach the lake in the center of Corvair, but
There's no bogs or swamplands nearby, is there?
I mean, this area is relatively uninhabited. There's not. We are a defensible position on the border between Ondare and Thrain. We've explored the forests and the woodlands around us, but they stretch for miles upon miles upon miles. We don't have the manpower, the ability to explore and detail all of the areas around us. There are some wetlands to the south, but that's the closest I can. If you're asking about swamps, we are now none that we know of.
So you said the Warforged have been attacking then your men as well?
No, I never said anything about Warforged. What do you know about Warforged?
That's who attacked us. Warforged that were lying with their comrades, but they looked cleaner, more pristine than the others, more well kept, and they emitted this red energy and jumped up and started attacking us.
He sort of stops for a second. And he looks to the side and he just snaps twice. And you all sort of look to the side, and that half-elf man that was sitting there pushes the book on his desk just straight off to the side, reaches underneath his desk and pulls out like a larger tome, flips it open and flips a couple pages, and stops and looks, and then the major looks at all of you and he goes, "Can you repeat that one more time? Detail everything."
Rin will do her usual. Well, we were looking at some Warforged, and then we're.
And you can like, as you're writing all this, that like the half-elven man is like looking at you, and he's like furiously scribbling, but he's not, like, he's watching you and just. And then he'll dip.
How some of them look different. We went to investigate. We saw this red glow, and then they sprung up as if.
Perhaps it would help
Yes,
is if I disguise self, you make me kind of glow like they did. So we can show them.
Said Dinry.
What?
Said Dinry, the half-elf man, said there.
No.
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 Yes. Well, I see what you're saying.
What are you talking about? Dinry would never consign himself to work for a fucking major in a fortress. He needs more knowledge than that.
What was
However, the excited writing and research does fit pretty damn close.
Doesn't it, though? There might have been inspiration.
So then Jet suddenly appears as one of the pristine Warforged.
Yeah, Jet
will
will.
minor illusion, the red glow emanating from their chest plates.
Yeah.
They kind of looked like this, and they were. Just real quick, they were marked of different sides. They weren't all in the same squad.
No, there were different markings on every single one of them.
Right.
Like
and
there were some that were Carnathian, some that were Brelish, some that were Ondarian, some that were Thranish. They were all different sides.
Right. They didn't seem to be from the same group, the same side. They all were just in the same area. Like they fell together, and they all just rose up as one, and were very, very coordinated. And when one would fall, the energy would be displaced into another one, and they kept going and going and going until we had to knock all of them down.
Interesting.
And then when we killed the last one, it kind of like burst out in a wide swath of red energy, and there was like a magical blowback.
I noticed on the inside of one of them, it seemed they had some sort of magical sigil on it.
Interesting. Do you know what the sigil was?
Closest I could get, which he pulls out his notebook where he'd drawn basically the arcane symbol that he tried to trace. That's all I could get, and he'll show it to the half-elven man.
And he sort of like looks at you and like turns and looks at the major, and the major just nods, and he quickly like looks and he stares and he's like tracing it. He's very detailed, and you notice that he makes almost an exact replica of it, of your drawing inside the notebook.
I
This
wasn't able
motherfucker's
to,
Dinry.
I wasn't able to get what was inscribed on the outside of the circle. So there was the circle, and then the smaller circle. There were smaller markings on the inside, and I wasn't able to quite get that.
And you said they just stayed where they fell.
Yes.
At least
Where
when we walked away.
whereabout did you have this
Mi-
encounter?
Mile away, a couple 100 yards off the main room.
Interesting. You hear him. He knocks on his desk, and the door opens, and you can see the Captain Aldira is still standing there. And he nods to her, and he goes, "Dispatch a unit, mile and a half down the road. 100 or so yards off the sides of the road. You're looking for. What did you say? You're still in disguise self, right?
Yeah, I still look like a warforged.
And he's
look
like,
for the fresh hoof prints.
look for that. If you see multiple of those, try to recover them. Bring them back.
Gunther's gonna be like, look for one with no head.
And she nods and she's like,
Look for the head in the trench.
at once, Major. And she steps back and closes the door, and you can hear her armored footsteps as it disappears down the hallway.
Some of our party did sustain damage from that scuffle. Do you have perhaps an infirmary where they might be able to get bandaged up? I kind of put my hand technically on Jack.
If you're looking for arcane healing, we don't have anything of the sort, but we can give you a place to rest and recover for a little bit if that's what you require.
That should be fine.
Jed is going to look back at the half-elven. You have what you need.
Yes, thank you.
Jed will drop the disguise self so that he's back to...
Okay.
So he's not walking around as a warforged in the middle of the fortress.
Have we seen any Warforged in this fortress? Or is
Negative.
It all...
Not yet. But then again, you literally walked in the front door, through the central courtyard, and into the Major's office. So that you haven't seen anything else.
Is there anything else?
I apologize for my initial brashness. You must understand, it's been a tight ship around here. We are stretched thin, and we've been on edge ever since these disappearances. I would say your best bet, probably start at Ardur's farm. You say you're talented investigators. You might be able to pick up on something that my motley crew of soldiers can't pick up on. If you wish, you can talk to Lieutenant Krenza. He was in charge of the unit that was sent to investigate the farm. Multiple of his soldiers are the ones that never returned. And he sort of like stops and looks, and you can see a small timepiece on the wall, and he looks and he's like, Lieutenant Krenza won't be off shift until just after sundown, so it might be challenging to find him. But you could probably find him hanging around the mess or the barracks after his shift.
How far away is the farm from here?
The farm.
Sorry, what was the name of the farm?
The Ardur, Ardur.
Which we saw it coming in.
Yes, you remember that it's that burnt area that was right on the edge of the forest and the battlefield, like right as you came. It was probably 300-400 yards off to what would have been the south of the road, and it was set way off in the side. But it just stuck out because it was, compared to the rest of the battlefield, it was fresh destruction as opposed to like stuff that had started being reclaimed by nature.
When you say fresh, it wasn't like still smoldering?
No, it was just the area around you could see like blackened and scarred ground, but plants had started to regrow. Right. This was just a black patch.
Scorched.
Yes.
Got it. Then I'll track that question since we saw.
Since we are going to be here for a little bit investigating, there are places we can stay, eat, things along that line.
I mean, you're welcome to some bunks in the barracks, but this is a military installation. There's not many creature comforts here.
Is there a place we can, put our wagon and horses at least?
If they haven't already been stabled, they will be.
Perfect.
If you wait a moment once we are done, if you wait a moment outside, Captain Aldira should return. She can escort you around the premises. She can show you to the barracks, to the mess, to the what comforts we have around. Again, as I said, Lieutenant Krenza and the farm are probably your best bets. I would recommend getting on this as quickly as possible. Ardor is a close friend of ours. He's not a soldier by any means, but he takes care of us. We take care of him.
For clarification, is he missing?
Oh yes, he's gone.
Understood.
We didn't find a body. We didn't find bones. We didn't find anything. Again, as I said, there was signs of a struggle, but there was no. We couldn't follow the footprints,
You said any tracks led off into the battlefield.
and we lost them there. But then again, I mean, we're soldiers. We're not investigators.
Were they single file or side by side to hide the numbers?
There was no. It was just a assortment. There was no way to dictate how many were there. It was just signs of a scuffle, and then a large swath of footprints leading away from the property out into the battlefield, with a set of 2 lines being dragged through the dirt.
Follow the tracks.
Yeah, probably get there before even the sun begins.
Right. Do you mind if I look at this? Jet points to the map just to get a lay of the land.
And he sort of like looks over to the side, and his eyes are a little wide, and he looks over to the half elf, and the half elf looks at him and goes, and the major's like, sure, just don't take anything.
Of course. Jet will walk over and he just kind of wants to get an idea of the battlefield, if there's any marking, anything that would be of note.
Okay.
Outside of just kind of the.
So you go over and you look, and you can see there's a central map that is like a large circle, and you can see like what looks like forest spreading out from that, and you can see a central circle right in the middle of this massive large circle. And you can see there's a couple, like there's an X over here, there's a circle over here, there's markings all around in different areas, and you can see up at the like where the road comes out from the fortress and disappears into the forest, you can see off to the side there's like a box, and you can see A on the box. And so you gather that's Ardor's farm.
Would we have passed it on our way?
We did.
You did. And all of you saw it.
I don't remember that for some reason.
It was towards the end of the session.
Yeah.
We were all getting a little groggy.
Yeah. But that's kind of what he just kind of wanted to get an idea of. Okay, there's the farm here. Is there anything else that we need to be keeping an eye on?
I mean, there's points of interest that are like X'd out, circled, different like stars, like all around the battlefield. But there's no legend, there's no notes or anything. It's just there's marks everywhere.
There's no blue for water.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, that's all he's looking for is primarily just getting an idea of here's where we're at, and here's everything else that we're investigating.
Yeah.
So let's study it for a few minutes and then head back to the group. Any other questions? He's gonna look at Vale since Vale is the investigator.
I mean, at this point in time, how long roughly until sundown?
At this point, it's probably been. It was by the time you recovered from the fight, made your way to the fortress inside. It's probably pushing like 4 or 5 in the afternoon. Probably like 2 hours till sundown, give or take.
Let's go see if we had enough time to
we could go
get
back
in
now.
8 hours of rest, sleep, and then wake up and meet the other guy after his shift. But there's not enough time for that.
I was gonna say a shift ends at 7 p.m. right?
Yeah.
Around sundown.
Yeah, so yeah.
Sundown.
So
And sundown's
Still a few
7 or
hours
8
away.
o'clock.
Right.
Yeah.
In theory, we could go out there, look,
Yeah.
see if we can follow tracks. If not, then come back, try to talk to this guy.
yeah.
And he
I will
hears
say-
he hears you talking about that, and he's like, if you're going back out, I highly recommend being back before sundown.
Do the gates lock at sundown?
Oh yes, and trust me,
So
you
we have to get back in.
do not want to be caught in these fields after dark.
Why? What happens?
And he just sort of like, he looks at you and just sort of like gestures vaguely at everything, and he's like, thousands died here. Thousands every day died here. There was magic on a incomprehensible scale. I saw entire platoons devastated in a single blow. I watched men I had trained with, fought with, lived with, broken down to their constituent elements. The magic that permeates this area is it does not take sides.
Makes you wonder how the farmer lasted so long.
My father, he fought in the war. He didn't talk about it much, so I forgive the ignorance of this question. But why did this battle take place? What is so important, or what is the strategic importance of this place that costed so many lives?
And he sort of like sits up in his chair, and you can see him. He's sort of blinking away tears a little bit. And he steps up and pushes away from the desk, and he walks over and he sort of like slides up next to you at the table, and he moves some of the papers around, and he slides the map that you were looking at. He sort of slides it to the side, and as he moves it, you can see beneath that there's a map of Ondair. It's like the country as a whole, and you can see different. You can see a mark for Fairhaven, and it says Fairhaven next to it. And you can see Lathlier and Bluevine and the cities you pass, like the cities and villages you pass through. And you can see marks for other ones. You can see Arcanix off to the side. You can see Passage. You can see all these different cities and the major trade routes that connect everything. And you can see that coming from the very, very far south,
I love that everyone came with a book, came with a map.
Yep. So you guys, here's Ondair, right? You guys were in Fairhaven. Okay, you were right there. You are now here at Tower Valley. Okay, you took this road down through Lathlier, then to Bluevine, and then east from Bluevine. Okay, so you're here. If you notice, it's right on the border of Thrain. Okay, so he pulls this out, and he's sort of like standing over the table, and he's detailing things to you all, and he's like, "We had an allegiance with Breland during the war. Breland supported us. We supported them. Thrain, being in the center of the country, or in the continent, sorry, wanted to expand. They had aspirations to control the entirety of Karnath, or of Corvair. We are on the border. We are the... They both start with V, man. We are on the border. We are one of the first lines of defense from multiple of their rather large cities and deployment areas. If they got through us, they could shut down all support from Breland. Breland houses Sharn. Sharn houses the creation forges for the Warforged. The Warforged made up quite a bit of our forces during the war. Without them, we're lost. If they had taken our position, they could have cut the rest of the country off from any support from the south. We might not look like a strategic position, but we are vastly important in the grand scheme."
Okay, I understand. Thank you for sharing. In the battle that took place here, how many sides were involved in?
All of them. Everyone wanted a piece. We had our friends. Thrain had their friends. There was people from every part of Corvair that lost their lives in these fields. Battle went on for close to 2.5 years.
How did it end?
Luckily, it ended with the morning. That happened, and everyone got scared, for lack of a better term.
Remind me, about how long has it been since the morning?
4 years.
4 years? Okay.
That was an itty bitty raid. Thank you. I'm sorry if I brought up memories from the past, but I was just trying to understand why so many lives were wasted outside these gates.
You're too young to understand, but just realize there were horrors that we witnessed that I would wish on no man.
He just kind of silently kind of slips the guns.
Jet just places a hand on her shoulder.
Right. Any other questions?
I will say, the magistrate didn't. She mentioned monetary compensation, but didn't mention exactly what our compensation was going to be.
Yes, of course.
I
I knew it would come to this eventually. James, how are the stores looking? And you can hear the half elf. And he closes the book he was working on, turns around, grabs another book off the shelf behind him, flips it through. About 70%, Major. And he looks and sort of scratches his head for a second. He's like, You say Magistrate Ava did not discuss compensation on her end?
No, she left that to you.
Of course. She's expecting me to pay. Fucking politicians. Okay, here's the deal. If you can find out where my missing soldiers are, where Ardor is, and return them, if they're still alive, I'd be willing to pay 2,500 gold. If it turns out that they can't be returned alive, if they've already been killed or you don't find them, but you manage to root out whatever it is that is causing these disappearances, I'd be willing to go 1,800. 2,500 if you can find the people and bring them back alive. 1,800 if not, just for basically getting rid of whatever is causing the disappearances.
So 1,800 to get rid of the stuff, 2,500 to get rid of the stuff,
and bring
them
back. Yes, yes. You must understand. Six good men were lost and not returned. We're already tight-staffed as it is. I would be greatly enticed to see them returned.
Assuming we can't recover all the silverings, if we recover some, then...
I'm a man of my word. If you recover someone alive, 2,500 gold.
Should we bring back like the ears of the people we didn't, just so that we know we found them?
And he's sort of like, where are you from?
I assume we can bring back some sort of armor.
Yeah, we can
Just hear that.
bring it back.
And then hear, hi. Well, me, I'm from Arenal. Specifically, Shame or Die.
Well,
Shame or die?
Shame.
No. I know.
I don't know how things run there,
Crazy.
but here we don't use
It's a party.
Wait.
20
ears to identify ourselves. You could as simply gather their dog tags.
Where is... Wait, where's Zara from again?
Shame or Die. Arenal. So A-E-R-E-N-A-L.
For some
Is the
reason, when you did
continent?
this, I thought of the phrase like, what be asking yourself?
Specifically,
How am I gonna-
city of
How I get
Shay,
in this situation?
S-H-A-E Mordai, M-O-R-D-A-I.
Will die.
And you
I
said
did
the-
research
the
and I screenshot it
first
so I wouldn't forget it.
attack and disappearance of Otto 2 weeks ago. Was part of the time.
Yeah, give or take a day or two. So any other questions? I do have more work to continue.
I mean, have
You
you
have
guys
a
been able
fortress
to
to
do
run.
any form of investigation as to whether they're north, south, east, west? Like
Like I said, the tracks led into the battlefield, and then we lost them. We're soldiers. We're not investigators. We're not sleuths. We don't.
Valid.
What is
Valid.
they?
up.
Real quick.
Huh?
What is they? The soldiers.
I'm going
and
with
Arlo.
So the
So-
soldiers left, never came
If
back.
do you here, I'll fill you in just a
Sorry.
minute. Is there any other questions?
Question for the DM.
Answer for
Half-elf's name?
the half elf.
Who is working for
All you heard him say was James.
James?
Mhm.
Okay, that's what I wanted to make sure I heard.
Where's this giant peach? No, what is he? His rank was major.
Uh-huh. And he seems to be the one that's in control of the fortress. So he looks at all of you and he goes, if there's no other questions, I do have business to attend to. If you would step outside, Captain Eldira will return shortly. She will guide you around the grounds. She will see you to the barracks and the mess so that you can get food and rest. Again, as I would say, this is a rather important issue to us. We would like to see it fixed rapidly. So
Absolutely.
please, with all
In
haste.
preparation, do you think we could get 150 gold up front?
This isn't a place that you'd be able to buy the
Yeah, I was gonna
150
say, I
gold
don't-
worth of stuff that you're needing.
I literally need 150 gold.
No,
But
no,
you
I
also need the
it.
supply. You need the 150 gold is 150 gold of supplies to write the spells into your book. It's not you're taking 150 gold and smashing it into your book.
Short-handed it, and I didn't realize that.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean,
Uh,
that'd be awesome.
is there
Do
a
you have
place,
supplies?
even if it's not here, that we'd be able to stock up on provisions such as like health potions and the like? Just
I'm gonna just burn it once. Really?
Let me check with my quartermaster. I might have something that we can give to you, but it won't be much. We don't have a lot, and
Every
we
little
need
bit
to make
helps.
sure that we're supplied in the event of an attack.
Right.
Anything else?
Gunther will make sure you're taken care of. No worries.
And he just sort of nods.
So thank you for your time, Major. I think we'll surprise you in a good way.
I hope. And he just sort of like turns his back to you all and walks back to his desk, sits down, brings some more parchment in front of him, and just resumes writing.
Rank and file.
guess we head out.
I just randomly rolled my dice and they count 1 to 6. That's really fucking weird. Like 1, 2, 3, 4.
So you all step outside the room. You wait for a good like 30 or 45 seconds, but then you see Captain Eldira open the door to the courtyard and starts walking towards you all. And she gets about halfway down the hallway and she just sort of like nods and beckons, and you all walk out into the courtyard. Just for brevity's sake, she gives you the quick rundown of the fortress. She shows you the mess hall. She shows you to the barracks. She shows you to a row of 4 bunk cots. She's like, these are extra, and a couple of them are from the soldiers that have disappeared. But, I mean,
Their beds.
it's not like they're going to be sleeping in them tonight. So, if you need somewhere to rest, this is the place. If you need food, I've shown you to the mess. The grounds are yours to explore. Just don't go anywhere you're not supposed to be, or don't think you're supposed to be. You might be guests of the fortress, but this is still a military installation. You are not soldiers. You are not military. So
Yeah, we're just fighting the war.
please understand. You know, we have our operations.
Of course.
If there's anything you need, again, my name is Captain Eldira. I'm the captain of the guard here. Any soldier can come find me, can point you in the direction towards me. I'd be happy to help. And then she just
Thank you,
sort of nods and walks off. So you guys are left to your devices. Is there anything you wish to do? I heard Mint talk of like long rest and then going in the morning. Is that what you're planning on? Or are you planning on going?
I
If it's still,
would like to do a full rest, yeah.
I'm down for long rest as well.
Taking my spell slots that I bring.
Because you can stay within the fortress. I know you probably want to talk to Lieutenant Krenzer at the end of his shift, but beyond that is the plan for a long rest and then waking up in the morning and going to the farm.
How do you spell Adira?
Eldira. Eldira. And again, you've noticed that a lot of people around here aren't giving surnames. They're just referring to their rank and their first name.
Oh, before Adira leaves, I'll be able to ask her what the lieutenant looks like, so we can get a basic description. So we can find him.
Yeah, so she and sorry, this was my bad. He's not a lieutenant, he's a sergeant.
Sorry.
That was my bad on the ranking.
There you go.
She said he's well, he's not hard to miss. he'll have a single rope off of his armor. He is similar to the major. He is scar on the face, missing his right eye, just completely missing. He does wear a patch. He is also missing, completely missing his right ear. Bald head, burn marks along the side of his face and down his neck, but he's quite hard to miss. Typically, you can find him at the end of his shift hanging out. He'll typically, as soon as his shift is over, he goes to eat, and he hangs in the mess for a good couple of hours playing cards, loitering with the soldiers, and then retires for the evening to wake up in the morning.
Human, yes?
Yes. Sorry, I thought that was implied.
I just wanted to double check.
Well, good evening. And she disappears.
Thank you.
So with that, I'm going to go ahead and call intermission for you guys. I'll fill you in with what transpired while you were on the phone. Let's go ahead and take the stream to break. It is 10:28 now. I know I'm taking a break a little bit later than I would like to, but I'm going to make this one a little bit shorter. Let's reconvene at 10:40. Because we started a little bit late, do you guys think you're good to push till midnight?
Yeah, we good.
I am. Yeah. Easily.
Oh,
Okay, cool.
I don't work tomorrow, so.
Okay,
I
cool.
do. I'll just deal with being tired again. Oh, we don't break yet?
Not yet.
Yeah.
Okay.
We are back.
Welcome back. Okay, so you all find yourselves with the evening to do with as you wish. You have been given a quick tour of the grounds. At this point, it is about sundown. The sun is currently setting. There's, the sky is that slew of reds, oranges, purples of the evening sun. The night is yours as you wish. Let me rephrase that. Is all that you guys want to do is talk to Sergeant Krenzer and then rest? Is that really the only thing you guys plan on doing?
I don't have any other plans.
I can't really find this.
I was gonna say I don't want to go out there and start investigating
Especially
and then
since
chance.
it's almost night.
Right,
We
exactly.
don't want to get locked out.
Yeah.
That would
Excuse
really
me.
suck.
Can't knock on the door. It's a 40-foot
Yeah.
gap.
Yeah.
Excuse me, I have mage hand.
It's only 5 feet.
Our monk can jump, right?
Oh,
really
it
far,
is. You're
so
right.
we'll
God
just-
damn.
Actually, that is true.
Yeah,
Good job,
Gunther
Well,
can, like, throw.
I have no key points at the moment, so we need to sleep before we decide.
I was just gonna
I can do
suggest.
this.
8d6 falling damage?
Well, we killed Dalgrin.
Or no, 8d10.
Bop, 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 bop.
Bop!
So
You got
even
your
if
backup
you
ready.
roll,
Just pulls out.
like
the
that's as low as 8 damage. You might survive it.
It's Dalcrin Jr.
Oh God.
Roll 10 ones in a row. You
Um,
could survive that.
Just out of curiosity, what is we're exploring at least the more commonly used parts of this fortress. What's the mood? What is Rin feeling? Is everyone very business? Is there kind of a shadow cast on this place?
Outside of the barracks and the mess hall, it's pretty much business. Everyone's pretty serious about their job. Inside the mess and the barracks, it's a little bit more, a little bit more relaxed. This is where the soldiers feel they can blow off steam, relax a little bit after a day, and it's more of a jovial atmosphere. But there's still that sense of, they're soldiers. This is a military installation. They might be off duty, but they're never off duty.
This is just a military installation.
Mhm.
There's not a town.
No.
Okay.
This is 100% a fortress.
I was trying to figure out. Okay.
And Captain Eldera is giving us the more of a tour of the place. I'm just kind of nudge Jack. Like, they look like they could use some kind of uplifting of the spirit. Perhaps we could ask if we could play some music during their mess hours.
We could do that if you like.
Do seem like they need something to bolster the mood. It seems a little bit dour here. I haven't even seen a smile anywhere.
To be fair, it's kind of shitty around here. There's not a lot to do. Yeah.
Exactly why they might need some music, perhaps a couple of stories told by the famous Jet.
He's a wonderful bard, of course. Not a bad idea. I'm just a little sore, of course. If I could sit, rest for a little bit. Then join
Where
in.
was Jet injured?
I got stabbed in the back.
In the back.
Yeah, I
Oh,
got
yeah.
stabbed in the
Center
back.
of the back.
Like kidney shot.
Okay,
Yeah,
I'm gonna
yeah.
walk up and I'm just pat Jet on the back. I'm gonna go, hey, you gonna be playing a show tonight?
Did you literally just slap him where he got hit?
Yeah, like it friendly, like just not paying attention, not not intentionally, but
Ah.
you okay there, Jet? You good? He's very excited to play this show. Apparently, look at that.
I
face.
am
Sarah, be easy on him.
super excited to play this fucking show.
Why don't you let you rest? Why don't I could take over for just play a couple songs and
I mean,
Is something wrong?
I can support playing the lute if you want to take the lead on this one because I'm
If-
still a little rough.
If we're about to be going to sleep anyway, you guys can spend your spell slots to heal him.
could.
I could use
it
Vampiric
never-
Touch.
It would.
It's fine.
Because I actually am 4 HP low. I'm feeling a little kind of.
my spells
I'm feeling a little
can
not
use up the
okay.
damaged tissue, but it
Yeah, I'm feeling
does
famished.
take
Should
a
I?
toll on the spirits.
Oh, we'll give you that, but at least we'll be able to,
Turn up to 11.
move.
Jet, you just relax a little bit tonight. Why don't you let me take the lead? I could at least try to lighten up
Dalcrin's gonna be
everyone.
going to bed whenever available.
I'll do some of the
What is this? Spinal Tap?
show tricks you taught me.
Can you hear anything?
That's
Hey
true.
Jack, can I
It's
borrow
okay.
4
Shadow.
HP?
This place doesn't look like it gets its share of entertainment. Perhaps even a little
Oh,
bit.
no,
might
no,
go
it can't be
a
on
long way.
13.
For sure.
Too late.
I
It
think it's
cannot be
definitely
on
a nice
13. It
stall.
cannot be.
I will pay you
It cannot be on
$100 to leave it on 13.
Better pony
What
up.
is it bothering you?
I
You not like that number or?
It can't be on
What
13.
the hell? I can
Dude, when we went to Chicago,
use a spell real quick.
me,
This is
Ryan,
bothering you.
Corey,
I'm
and
feeling really
Kaylee,
bad.
our room was on the 13th floor.
What is with
And
that?
then as we're being led around by the
Why
captain,
though?
It's uneven and it's a terrible number.
It's on 14 now.
just kinda,
Wait,
I'll
did you
do-
seriously put it on 13? Why'd you put it on 13?
Because it was bothering you.
No!
No, he put it on 13 because it was a good volume, and then he was just like, absolutely not. Gotta change the number.
He literally had like a Down syndrome fit.
Okay, so
Are we streaming?
what's everyone doing?
Oh yeah.
Oh great.
I-
That's just
As we're gonna try, I just want to kind of ask Captain Aldera, is it would it be frowned upon if I
Yes.
played some music in the mess hall?
Alright.
I'm a talent. I'm an apprentice bard, you see, and I was just hoping to maybe lighten the mood.
She's very good, and I'll be back there to help support.
Would you like me to sing with you?
I mean,
Huh.
I'm not.
Hallelujah.
I'm not going to tell you how to live your life, but just understand you're not going to be paid,
Compensated, of course.
compensated.
We're not
Um,
concerned with that.
The soldiers here don't carry coin. They receive their payment upon the end of their
Just trying to lift
their-
up some
their
spirits, make
tour
everybody's
here.
That's fucking
You're more
night's
than
a little
welcome to
better.
play, but again, just understand. I'm sure you're used to earning money, but there will be no money to be earned
No
here.
problem at all.
The money will come with the job. I was just just trying to get a smile or two out of someone.
You must understand. This is a fortress. We're all serious about our jobs here. We are the first line of defense from an attack from the Thranish, and trust me, they wish this land was theirs.
Rand, I think they're intimidated by you.
And
That's what this is.
they might not look happy or excited, but they take pride in their jobs here and living here. I mean, and you, at this point, you're like walking through the courtyard, and she sort of just like, again, gestures vaguely at everything, and she looks and points at like the finely manicured grass and the flower beds, and you start paying attention, and like the area is the central courtyard of a fortress. It is like very well landscaped. There's like in the center of the courtyard, there's like almost not like a fountain, but like a statue almost. And there's 4 pathways that lead away from it, and around that are like wedges of grass that are all finely manicured and cut and trimmed. And like as you've been walking around, you notice that nobody walks on the grass.
It's a tight ship.
Like it's not even that it's a tight ship. It's more so that they take pride in the place they live in, and I mean,
You'll walk on it, you'll lose inspiration.
there's not a lot of shit to do around here, so they probably have to find ways to keep the soldiers busy, and so probably one of them is hey, sorry about you, but your job this week is landscaping.
Well, Captain, if I may, then we
I
also
know
take pride in our
plenty of
job
prostitutes that take
and allow us to
landscaping
show our
very seriously.
appreciation for your soldiers.
Sure, you're more than welcome to perform in the mess.
Sound good to you?
I could use the practice anyway, even if we're not being paid. Besides, they might underestimate how music could help morale.
Of course. It's valuable on the battlefield.
Or record it on my iPhone.
If it
and
helps,
watch
I'll
it
give you
later.
necrotic inspiration.
Say necrotic inspiration.
Well, I ain't no bard.
How does that work?
It kills you.
Basically, everyone
It's
that listens
1d8
is gonna
damage.
die.
It kills you.
He revives their dinner.
You ever seen a Cannibal Corpse concert?
Let's just say there will be lots of blood.
So how are you guys wishing to proceed for the evening?
Well, sounds like we're gonna play a show.
'Kay. Would you like to do that before or after you talk to Sergeant Krenzer?
We might take us more seriously before.
Yes, probably. Do we have time for a short rest before we talk to him then?
Yeah.
Cool. I'm gonna go ahead and mark that so that I can get my bardic inspiration back.
I would say it's like you guys go eat dinner in the mess hall, and we'll consider like you guys eating dinner and hanging out and sort of just relaxing after the day as a short rest.
When do you get back from short rest?
You can use hit die to recover health, and some classes get spell slots or bardic inspiration and certain things back. It'll be
You'll get your second wind, which you didn't use, I don't think, and also your
Action surge.
Action surge back.
you get it
Which
back.
you did use that. So
You
get
recover
it.
them on a short rest.
Where's my second one?
Second wind is
Bonus action, 1
Oh,
D10
the-
plus fire level.
So you guys are sitting there eating. You and Ren are discussing like what songs you're gonna perform and what you're gonna do.
If I had a question for DM and I'm blanking on questions.
At this point, you do. You see the mess hall starts to fill up, and shortly before it started to fill up, you started to notice quite a few of the soldiers getting up and leaving. And as they are leaving, there's a surge of new people coming in, and it sort of just clicks, and you're like, okay, it must be shift change. And so anyone that's sitting at the table and actively paying attention, go ahead and make a perception check to see if you can if you see Sergeant Krenzer.
Hold on 1 second, I'm coming.
You're fine.
So I follow the group, right?
We're doing this
Yeah.
before they play, right?
Yes. Yes.
15 for Rin.
Okay.
Perception, right?
Yep.
19, 20.
Okay.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20.
15.
15.
I'll use my passive. If I
So
can.
dirty 20, 15, 15, 17, dirty 20, 21. You, and you are all sort of like scanning the crowd as you're sitting there eating and chatting amongst yourselves. And almost immediately, as soon as he steps in, you pick him out. You can see the single blue, like dark blue rope hanging from the shoulder plate. You can see the bald head, the burn marks on the side, the missing ear. He stands out.
This shredded boar is quite tasty.
And so you immediately pick him out.
You have the mac and cheese. Yeah.
How do you guys want to proceed? Do you want to?
Who didn't spot him?
Do you want to?
I did not.
Gunther and Rin did not spot him.
Yeah, Jet will nudge Ren. It looks like that.
Guy looks important. Do you
Gunther does not know.
Veil want to take lead on this?
Sure. We got lead.
Sure. I mean, you're lead. I'll assist. You can.
lead.
You seem to be able to talk better than me.
I'll just say, if you want me to come with you, but if you want me to stay here, I'll just have to
Let's do it.
So at this point, you see him. He enters a line at the opposite end of the mess where you all got your food, and he's waiting in line to get his dinner.
Should we wait until he gets his
Wait, this
food?
guy's like the
Yeah.
high up guy and he's waiting in line?
Let's accost
No,
him
no,
now.
no.
Is there like
Yeah.
like
Well, he
they,
has to
they just
stand
grab
there.
their food and that's that. There's not like a you have
He's
to
probably
pay
really
for your
hungry.
food out of your.
No, yeah, you guys didn't have to pay for your food. You just jumped in line and
I
you
thought
got
so.
you got
I
food.
thought so. Okay.
Again, like
He
Captain
said they don't
Aldira
get
said,
paid until the
no
end.
one here has
Right,
one here
right.
carries
They
money.
haven't made money in
Yeah.
a year, some of these people probably.
Is it like Chris Farley and a hairnet, like lunch lady?
Yes,
Oh my
100%,
God.
100%. No. It's Chef from South Park.
Oh!
Ow! Is he gonna tell me where the clitoris is?
Yes, he will.
Is that like finding Jesus?
That's what he needs to tell the 265-year-old elf with like 3 kids.
Excuse me, they were never born.
No,
That I'm
one
aware
said
of. Well, I
she
don't know.
enjoyed it.
They're just gone. Yeah, good point.
So you see him. He's in line. Like a minute or two passes, and he gets his food, and he walks over to a table. And you see him. He sits down at a table with 1 or 2 other soldiers that have armor that signifies some rank. You don't really know what the rank is, but you see one other soldier with the blue rope, and you see another one with like a thinner silver rope around the shoulder plate, and then you see a couple just standard grunts sitting at the
Same
table.
line? Or same area?
Same table.
Okay.
And he sits down and just sort of like, legs over the bench, sits down and just sort of just falls into the conversation at the table and just starts eating. And you can see he's probably 5 tables away.
Okay.
I mean, imagine like a school cafeteria.
I make a
Where's
paper
the
airplane
bullies?
and I throw it at him.
Do we have to roll?
I'm looking at him.
Cool kids.
Wait, yeah. Wait, we need a straw. And we need some paper and spitball.
Yeah.
Just,
She's one of the new spitballs from Family Guy. You take a horse and you put it in the thing, you spit it at him.
Oh, okay. Well, I haven't heard that one, but you know. Well, want to give him a minute to eat?
Probably a good idea.
Talking to people while they're hangry is never fun.
Should anyone just use a message and be like, "This is your conscience. You'll want to talk to
You
the
will
next
give
person
me
who
your
approaches
food."
you."
You can
Yeah, I'm
remind
gonna
him
cast
his message.
message.
I was like, okay, this is gonna be
I'm gonna cast
exciting.
a message on Jet to tell him to cast message on.
Okay.
Hey, I don't want to do it. I'm
Literally across the table, and there's like that like half-second delay. Like you hear him saying it, but then like a half a second later, you hear the words in your mind.
Kinda like that
Almost
double
gives
audio we were
you a
having
little
earlier.
headache.
Yeah, a little tiny migraine. So
It's like,
If
oh.
you had cat ears, they would twitch a little bit, you know, annoyance. But did you seriously just send me a message while we're sitting right here?
I don't want everyone else to hear.
You spoke it out loud.
This
They
is
all
this is
heard.
in character with him with a mouthful of food.
We're eating, yeah.
Yeah.
They all heard.
That's
Oh, I
what
must
the
have really
message
good
is.
hearing.
That's what the message is.
Yeah.
You just hear that it said.
That's really what I heard.
I'm with them, thing full of food. I'm like, dude, I'm eating. And they're like,
I guess I.
and then while doing that, I'm also gonna very obviously pull out the copper wiring and point it at him. Dude, stop! I don't want them to know I'm talking about them.
So another like 10 minutes passes, and you see at this point like you
just gonna sit there.
you're sort of just like checking over your shoulder every now, trying not to be obvious, but you're sort of like checking over your shoulder every now and then, looking at him. You see the most of the people at the table have finished their meal.
Cast message
And at one point, you do actually like when you turn around and look, you do make eye contact with him,
Yeah, we'll give him a nod.
and he just sort of like and goes back and he starts talking to some people, and you sort of like keep looking for a second, and he talks to some people, and you see a couple other heads at the table turn and look at you.
Yeah, well, again, nod to them and then.
No response.
Shall we?
Sure.
Get up.
Is there ale? Is there
You
ale?
want me to go with?
No.
Oh, good.
You don't see
Oh,
anyone
okay.
drinking ale.
Just making sure.
We've got this. If we need backup, we'll let someone else know.
Okay.
Let someone else know.
What happens if you cast message on an NPC? Is it considered like a offensive thing?
Oh no.
No.
No, they received the message.
Yeah, I was gonna say I did it to the
just
chef
received the yeah.
on the first train
I'm
ride
a
we
cat.
had.
I'm gonna cast message on the big guy.
Oh God!
The sergeant.
Yeah.
Okay.
I've got some really special friends coming over to talk to you. Can you please treat him respectfully? They're good people.
He says it like an old grandpa, right? Like
With a
happy
mouthful of
that his
food.
They're my bestest friends.
So at this point, you cast this, and you see as soon as you start talking, you see him like he is immediately alert, and he's like looking around, and he pushes away from the table and stands up, and he's like, "Which one of you fuckers is making a game out of me right now?" And he's immediately looking around at all the soldiers, and you start to wave, and he sees both of you getting up,
Yep.
and he walks over to you, sword drawn.
All you're gonna hear is your dog go.
Easy, friend. We're here actually on business.
Who the fuck are you?
I'm a wizard.
I am.
At this point, I'm playing it up kooky because like we're gonna die if he doesn't think I'm insane.
And at this point, like you're talking to him, and you notice the people at his table have gotten up and are all walking towards you. None of them have drawn their weapons except him, but every single one of them has their hand on their sword.
I am Jet of Rennie of the Jets. This is Vale. He's an investigator. We're here trying to help find the missing soldiers.
We had some questions for you, and apparently one of our party members was a little overzealous and decided to use magic to try to communicate with you. I
I
apologize.
just hear you're the big man on campus. I'm a big fan.
Docrin's gonna get up as the other people walking up and just put his hands up. Calm down, boys. He's just old.
I respect men of power. I can sense you have lots of power.
I apologize.
And he's eyeballing every single one of you, and he looks and he's like, "Are you in charge here?"
Unfortunately, yes.
Wow, I don't remember that.
Seems as though your friends
He's our face.
disagree.
Docrin, this is
Um,
my time to break rank.
I think we're about to call for a vote.
You're not from here. None of you belong here. Keep it together, or you'll find yourselves at the bottom of the chasm.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Right. Again,
If I
we're
hear
up
another
here.
fucking word from the old man, he'll lose his tongue.
That don't sound good.
And that was the word.
And he
Here,
starts,
and-
and he
and
literally
I
starts. He
will-
starts stepping
I
towards.
will
Jet
grab you
will go in
and
between.
forcefully, like,
Oh, we're going this way.
He's harmless. Please.
Sarah, why don't you sit with me? I'm gonna teach you how to read a room.
Does he
Oh,
know?
okay.
Does he know where he's at? Does he understand who he's dealing with?
Alright.
He's unfortunately confused
Don't
at the
sit next to
I'm
moment.
just
me.
gonna walk over and
Yeah.
sit next to him.
Alright, you see how everyone's a bit old age?
What do you want?
We would like to try to help find your soldiers.
No, they're not.
We wanted to talk to you about potentially where they may have gone, if you have any information on what they might have encountered.
Hello.
You come here.
Jet
And
will,
he beckons to you, and he turns around and starts to walk away. And he hasn't sheathed his sword yet.
Jet will walk forward.
Sarah.
Okay, and he leads you basically over to the table where they were sitting at, and the people that were with him have all sat back down, and they create a gap,
I get that.
and they sit down, and they put you in the middle of the table, 3 guys on each side, with Sergeant Krenzer sitting across from you, with 3 people on each to his side.
Jonathan's gonna
Jet
stand.
will just kind of nod to each one of them.
Sits down, and the sword is on the table, and his hand is still on the handle, and he's like, "So, got questions about my men? What's up?"
Trying to figure out who they were, descriptions, things along that line, where they last were.
They were soldiers, or my soldiers.
Soldiers, your soldiers, yes. You have
Sarah.
descriptions again, what they look like, specific people, names, something to go on. We're-
And like you can see that he's
Did you vote?
He's reeling
The group?
a little bit, and number one because he's upset at the situation that just evolved,
Not Jetty in the jet.
but you can see he's got almost like that 1,000-yard stare, and he's
Gunther,
they were
did you vote for Jet?
good men,
Gunther's trying
some of my best
You know who helps us get paid?
young men.
Valkyrie.
Didn't deserve whatever they fell into.
Gunther is confused by what
Right.
you
I got
They're
you
all-
paid before, didn't I?
Under 30,
I'm kinda like
human,
group everyone.
one half-elf in the group.
We got military installation, right? They
Uh-huh.
respect the chain of command, so we have to just present someone.
Yeah, Valkyrie.
5 human, then you said?
Yes,
Because there were 6 total, right?
Valkyrie is
6 that are
something.
missing. Yes.
Six that are
I've
missing.
seen him interact with Valkyrie.
These men
Any
respect
of them
power.
that,
they're
um,
soldiers. Jet ran away from the last
You
3
haven't found
fights,
any bodies
screaming
on
like
the
a
ground?
child, and
Sorry?
just ran
Haven't
from
found
the
any
battlefield
bodies?
while we did all the work.
no, we have nothing to.
He's not wrong.
I saw you
Assuming
ran
they're
past me.
dead,
Don't get me
we have
wrong.
nothing
I
to
love the cat.
bury. No tags, no armor,
I do
no
love the cat,
nothing.
but
I hope they're still alive. I don't want to have to be the man that
You're not wrong.
writes the letters to their families.
That was the
I've done that enough in my time.
Gunther would be
I
the
can
leader of
imagine.
his power.
That wouldn't be a good
I'd
fight
vote
either.
for Gunther. I'd vote.
That being said,
Gunther thinks cat talks.
where were they last looking
Instead of food fight.
when they went missing?
No,
Where did
no,
you
They
last
were
see
hold
them?
on.
They were
I'm
sent
not
to
actually
the,
gonna do it.
they were sent to the
We're
farm
just literally
to
role-playing at this
follow
point while you
the.
guys are all going on.
They were sent to the farm to follow
I'm
the
gonna-
foot,
I'm gonna
the,
go to my
the
maximum
footsteps, the foot
capacity.
trails.
And I'm just gonna
We-
slightly and like
When we first put the fire out, there was
Okay.
we were trying to
I
follow the
trust
foot
Gunther.
trails, but they disappeared into the battlefield, and
I'm gonna take a little bit
We
of food
don't-
off my plate with my hand.
we
and just
don't
be
like
"Here
to
you go."
be out in the
Give me
battlefield
food.
at night. It's
As
not a
tribute.
safe place. So
Right.
we put the fire out. We tried to follow the footsteps, but they disappeared into the battlefield. It was nighttime. There was the normal horrors of a place where millions died.
Could you describe some of those to me?
The horrors?
What ones you're talking about?
No,
Ghosts, spirits?
no, 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 no.
I need to know what I'm getting into here, friend.
Don't go out at night. You don't need to know.
In case we happen to find ourselves unlucky enough to be out at night.
Run the other way.
Alright.
If you find yourself in those fields at night, you're better off, if you can't run, you're better off slicing your own throat. the men that have been found after surviving a night in those fields aren't the same.
Fair enough. Alright. Do you have any idea about what could have happened to your men?
From what I've seen, they burned the farm, took Ardor, and disappeared. If I had any guess, they probably went into the forests.
Any
We haven't
idea-
found anything in the battlefield, but they probably went into the forest somewhere.
Any idea if they...
Whoever
Who it is.
whoever is causing this, they have, the most I can give you is they have feet.
Humanoid size? Shape?
Yes, appeared to be armored.
So, we ran into some strange warforged in the area. You know anything about
I'll
that?
take it if you don't want it.
Strange.
Yeah, you can turn it.
Warforged generally glow blue. These glowed red. And attacked us.
You found them in the battlefield?
In the battlefield, yes.
Sounds about right. Whatever. There was 2.5 years of conflict in these fields. I was here for the last year of it. The things that I've seen, I wouldn't wish on any person or thing. It does not surprise me that some remnant of the obscene acts of magic that were cast here. It wouldn't surprise me that some remnants of it still linger.
Anybody need anything?
Do you think these remnants of magic has something to do with your missing men?
Ice?
They could be. I have no magic ability. I don't understand the arcane. I'm a sergeant. I hit things with my sword.
Fair enough. Do you mind if I have any more questions as we investigate, if I come talk to you? It will be me, if you prefer.
Yes, you're fine. If the old man comes anywhere near me, I'll cut his fucking tongue out. I'd like to see him try and cast a spell then.
You do generally need to be able to speak words to cast spells, so. That is one way to silence a mage.
That it is. Trust me, we learned a few tricks during the fights.
I can imagine. Learned a few things in my day as well.
Anything else I can do for you, or can I go about my night? It's been a long day.
Right. Please, enjoy your meal. And I apologize again for our wizard friend.
Don't apologize for me.
He just nods.
Jet will nod and then stand, assuming that they'll let him.
Yeah, no one stops you. But everyone at the table during this conversation was silent, but every single eye was on you. There was none of them were paying attention to the sergeant. Every single eye was focused on you, and most of them were like this on the table, but there were a couple of them that were still sitting there, and you could see that they had their hand sort of off to the side on their daggers, and they were just...
Oh yeah, Jet was waiting to be gutted.
They were just... They were waiting.
Apologize. I've still got my copper wire.
He figured that he was on thin ice.
Just to let the man enjoy his
Thank you.
meal.
I've heard that
And then
before.
Jet will step back.
Sometimes
And head
the best
back to his
apologies
table.
are- is the
All
apology
that's going
unsaid.
on, I'll walk up to Dalcarin. Dalcarin, well, we were in the field when the essence went into you. You seemed
Yeah.
a little,
Oh, someone had something go into him.
I was waiting for that.
I
little.
was gonna let Shannon get it, but
Too good for him.
I guess pained is the best way to describe what we saw. Are you okay? Like what happened exactly?
Is it just you and I, or who else is around?
Swamp.
I didn't. If you were still sitting at the table,
Okay.
then that
You don't
but
know.
like if you would have gone
Just
off, I
making
would have
sure.
walked up to you.
Well, I
Like,
wanted to make sure that it wasn't with the captain and the jet and all the
no,
other.
no. The captain and Jet are at a whole
That's
other.
what I figured, but I just wanted to make sure they weren't returning.
No. No,
Bother you
this
for a
is
beer?
while they were off
Would
talking.
you get me a beer?
What do you want?
Shandy.
I offered to get you a beer.
I didn't hear you. I'm sorry.
What did you
He's
say?
kind of in the.
I said I
You're
didn't hear
not
you. I'm sorry.
Oh, it sounded like you didn't want one from you. Sorry.
No.
And I was like, oh fuck.
No.
Denry's back.
Nope.
Dude, he's back.
So you're going to talk to him?
Yeah.
So,
Ding dong.
okay, so you were asking the question of what happened.
Yeah.
So, Dockerin kind of rubs his fingers together,
Fucking righteous,
looks
dude.
around.
Solid. No, I think twist stops.
It was alarming. I was feeling and seeing things that did not belong to me.
As in.
You ever have a dream that when you think of it and you remember it, you can see everything clearly, a very vivid dream, but you know it was just a dream?
Yeah.
This felt like that, but it felt more real.
Acid.
Okay.
Different kind of trip. Different kind of trip.
I mean, did you like what happened in this dream? Like, did you see anything that?
War?
Well, no, but I mean, like, did you see anything that may help us find out anything? What was said? I mean, what was done? Like,
All they said was the swamps. Save them at the swamps. Save us.
save us at the swamps. And that's it. There was nothing else.
I'm gonna deal cards to me and Badger, and I'm just gonna play
Great
both hands.
Visual of what happened out there. Again, it could have been a dream. It could have been the magic affecting me
Could have been
strangely.
maybe the essence's memories, or
Your guess is as good as mine.
okay. Maybe we should probably ask around, see if maybe any of these soldiers have heard of any swamplands in the area.
I did. We asked the captain. Oh wait, no, not captain. Who was it?
Major.
Huh?
Major.
We asked the major.
But I mean, like, if the major is the leader, he probably doesn't leave here too often.
Leave here. We can ask. But I would imagine a major would know his surroundings, his environments.
True. What are you looking for?
Badger.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I
I
got
got
his
a
mushroom.
Oh, you got it?
Are you okay?
Huh?
If I'm getting this shit before you are, something's wrong.
I'm just sorry. I'm just trying to.
That's all right. Come on, guys. You got this.
Oh no, I'm good. I'm good.
I haven't drank mine yet. You want it?
Oh, that's fine.
I beat you, Badger.
Mushroom.
Dead center of the soundbar, towards the back, there's an F. If you'll just hit it until the little thing on the front says HDMI ARC. Nope, perfect, right there.
What are you doing?
Switching.
See, Badger, you got it straight, but I got a 1, and 1 beats a straight. Sorry, Badger. Looks like you lose again, buddy.
Are you kicking Badger's ass?
No.
That's rude.
In cards.
Mm-hmm.
If you want a real challenge, go up against Rin, the one who wipes the floor with all of us.
Rin's about to play a show.
I wouldn't call it a show. I'm just going to
It's okay. I'll be
Walk around.
promoting you.
play a ditty.
Ooh, a lively tune. I'm inspired to dance.
Will you let me know when I'm back too, by the way?
You gotta clap off.
You'd be arriving back about this time.
One of the best renditions of Three Musketeers in history.
Just think about it. If this is out there, what else?
So you're all back at the table together.
Zero.
Hi.
Please, no more magic to the sergeant. He threatened to cut out your tongue, by the way. That
Oh,
means
that's
no
not
magic for
nice.
anybody. So, please.
Okay.
You upset him quite a lot. So, just a warning. A dick with a sword. That could cut off your tongue.
We also lost.
How would a dick hold a sword? He doesn't even have hands.
Trust me, there's plenty of them. They wear silver flame icons on.
These dicks have hands?
Yes.
Do they jerk themselves off?
I'd be fascinated.
This is a 265-year-old elf doing this at a table.
He's got experience, I guess. Especially jerking off.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Damn,
My wife died like
son!
about 50, 60 years ago. I've been by myself a long time.
You look like Popeye.
With one arm. One arm fucking
Oh,
giant.
I'm sorry, Quagmire.
Yes.
I was just jerking.
So if you guys want to do your performance, go ahead and roll just a standard performance check. You can both roll individually, or one can roll with advantage.
Would you like to roll and add the bardic inspiration on that?
Absolutely. That's what D8 now does.
It's a D8 now.
Woo!
Do we have like a quarters? Like, have we been given a place that we can sleep?
In the barracks.
Barracks.
Like-
There's 4 beds.
Well, no, there's 4 bunks.
Oh, 4 bunks, so 8 beds total.
Yes.
Oh,
And
never
the
mind.
room
Yeah,
that
yeah,
is
yeah.
private?
Nope.
Or like there's other soldiers?
It's in the barracks.
It's a barracks.
It's in the
Okay.
barracks. I mean, you're going to be sleeping with another 40 or 50 people.
Giggity.
And 8 beds?
Get
Okay.
the numbers up.
I mean,
8
if you'd like to
beds
describe your
for 8
performance.
available beds for our
well,
group.
50 in the room.
Jet just kind of sitting there, strumming along. I'm
gonna head back to the bed.
My flute and just an uplifting beat. Probably
people off.
not much on the usual performance atmosphere. No magical ambiance, but I'm just kind of going up and down the rows of tables, just not strumming, but
Playing.
softly playing.
You gather. I mean, you don't really like gather a crowd, but as you guys play, a couple minutes pass, and you notice that like the majority of the people in the mess hall are paying attention. People are watching. You do see a couple of soldiers that they've stopped their conversations, and they're just sort of like bobbing their head, tapping their foot, tapping on the table, just following along, and you can feel the mood in the room sort of lighten up a little bit, but I mean, you gather that they're all still. I mean, this is a momentary reprieve in a wasteland.
Which is, I think, what Rensville was.
Yeah,
And Rensville was joining.
Probably play for a good hour or so. Maybe sing a couple of songs that might remind them of home or remind them of what they're fighting for.
And I mean, it's well received. You do hear a couple you'll see a couple soldiers after they've been there for a while, they finish their meals and all that. You'll see them. While you're walking up and down the rows playing, and you're sitting at the table strumming. A couple of them walk past and just sort of nod in appreciation and carry on. You do see one as Ren's at the opposite end of the room. He comes by and he nods, and as he's walking away, you can hear him sort of humming the tune that she was playing. Well, I mean, well received. Again, no compensation or anything like that, but it's. I mean, you gather that the mood is lightened a little bit. People have enjoyed the performance, and they're
basically just trying to endear the garrison more to us. So we're a little bit more well-received.
So if there's nothing else you guys would like to do tonight, if there is, speak now or forever hold your peace, or else we are going to tomorrow morning.
Yay! Would like to catch Ren. You did well tonight.
Thank you.
Getting better with the flute.
Trying. How are you feeling?
What do you mean?
You got shanked in the kidney.
That.
Oh yeah!
Doing alright. Spread of magic does wonders, of course. But, didn't care for that.
I didn't care to see it.
I can imagine, yeah.
What do you make of all this? I'm not familiar with.
The rest of you can go ahead and mark a long rest. You can mark a long rest.
Do you know how to do that
stories
on GDO?
Yep, go back to your main page.
Not stories,
No, we got to keep watch.
Warforged.
I don't see that no more.
I think what it is, but I don't see it no more.
Warforged, typically of course are blue.
Oh, cool.
So something.
Thank you.
There you go. So
is
now you got everything
blocking
back.
them. That's what we gather. Darker. I don't know what.
What the fuck?
Have you talked to Doctrine of what he
My HP went from 29 to 17.
experienced?
I was damaged by taking a long rest.
No, it's because you roll maximum HP, so
I haven't talked
bump
to
your
him yet.
maximum HP back up to
The
29.
first thing was going on about some swamp.
He seems a little bit.
Alright, max
weird.
HP?
Yes.
Follow up on that, but
I
he
haven't
might.
either.
So
It seemed like he was
because you
hit by
did
some
that,
type of,
whenever you go to
magical
do that, it'll ask to reset changes to
That's-
maximum
you
HP,
might have-
uncheck that box, then do
no
one.
insight
Gotcha.
into what's going on.
Is there any way to fix that? Is,
No,
I
'cause
did something
we're doing a
wrong?
different way to
Maybe
roll
I
HP.
get
Okay, so I didn't do something wrong. It's just
It's
how
D.
it is.
It's how
You
D&D
guys
tracks HP.
Okay.
Too well to get along more. Told him much the same.
I guess.
Aw, man.
He did help quite a bit today.
He did.
And he came up and hit the Warforged that hit me, so I appreciate that.
Go talk to him. Plus, then it'll be good to see the party watching you two get along. You know, you could be at odds sometimes, but
Sure.
I think we all need to get along in order to get this done.
So what you're telling me is not to be a dick?
That's part of what you need to sort out.
Thank you. I get it. I understand.
If it's alright with you, as long as we're here in this fortress, do you think we could play every evening? Perhaps get the soldiers a little bit more on our side.
I don't see why not.
I think it did them good.
I think so too. Raise morale.
Exactly.
And of course, if they like us, you know, that is helpful too.
Well, it's good to have soldiers on our side.
Of course. Oh, go talk to Doctor.
Oh boy, I'm gonna go play cards with Zerf.
Have
Probably
fun. Take
takes-
more money from him.
I'm gonna try.
Do you need more money? What do you have on you?
Well, I gave it all at the altar, so I'm back to being broke.
Oh,
But I'm used to being broke.
do you?
No.
Want some coin to gamble with?
I'm sure Zero will give me money.
Wait, what?
I'm sure Zero will give me more money. He gave me 10 copper last time.
You convinced him to give you money to gamble with and took more money from him.
Yeah, it was a pretty good deal.
He may be a very smart wizard, but he's not very smart.
I love that.
You know what?
Do that again.
Absolutely. I cheese and I skip off.
You know what they say. If common sense was common, everybody would have it.
And you just hear me go, "Oh, Zero!"
At this point, you can go ahead and mark a long rest.
Jet, we'll go talk to Doctor.
As I lay in my skivvies.
Yep.
Hey.
Draw me like one of your French guys.
Alright, I'll get out my sketchbook
Just
jam.
out of nowhere, he just starts sketches. Tell me, how do you feel today?
Like Doctor's just doing his prison workout.
I really wanted that to be a natty 20.
Pull up one arm, it's off the
Ooh, it's a
floor.
15 to draw him like
It's
one of
not bad.
Better than a stick figure, let's just say that.
What do you think?
Well done.
I added some more muscles. Did you see it?
I need it.
Self-wrecked.
Self-burn, those are rare.
So, I have to ask, those Warforged. First, step back. Thank you. You came to my aid when I needed it. I appreciate it.
He gets up. You watch real close.
He's gonna be a real cunt.
One more time, I didn't quite hear that.
Just right here.
Mm-hmm.
So in character
I'll remember
too.
this when you need healing.
You're
And the best part is, it's so in character.
But you had some sort of energy hit you and then dissipate, and then you were talking about a swamp. What is that?
Wish I could tell you too.
Donkey.
But I was asking as well. There's a huge ogre and a donkey that just comes out of nowhere.
Get out of my swamp.
Somebody.
Smash Mouth just starts in the background.
I like that boulder.
Rin, I think we found
That's a
some.
nice
boulder.
boulder.
Found a new
Sorry,
song for
sorry to
you.
roll us right off track. I wish I could tell you. I don't know. I saw flashes of a lot. Like I told Vale, it was like a dream. A very painful, stabbing dream.
Painful, stabbing.
I've watched all of the Warforged just smash against each other. It was a battle. One I never got to see, never got to fight in. But I felt the stabbing. I felt all the blades. Same one that, you did actually feel.
Yeah, that was fun.
But strangely enough, they spoke. They just kept saying, "Save us."
Save us.
And then they mentioned a swamp.
Save us and mention the swamp. Have I heard of people having kind of like these dreamlike memories before?
Negative.
Like
Okay.
that like Daredevil song.
Yeah.
That's gonna be stuck in my head for a while.
So, the captain, Major, mentioned wetlands to the south. Do you think that could be?
He said they were wetlands, not a swamp. I couldn't tell you how different they are, but worth to find out. That's why I wanted to ask. Figure if I started talking about I had a mystical dream after we killed some resurgent Warforged, I'd probably sound like Zareth.
Yes, they would put you in the same category, and that's problematic at the moment. On the plus side, none of us are dead
Yet.
yet. Accurate. God has said yet. But dreams, swamp, wetlands. We'll at least start with the farm.
I have a wild idea. If we should come across them again, we never saw if they could speak. Can't imagine they would, since the first thing they wanted to do was greet you with the pointy end of a blade.
I'm a bit past talking once someone puts a sword in my back. And definitely I'm always open to words, but
Yeah.
up until, again, sword in the back. Maybe I can suggest one of them talk to us.
Your guesses are as good as mine. I've never encountered anything like that.
Never either. Again, I think the farmhouse is our first stop, at least. It's our first solid lead.
We passed it on the way here, though. It looked desolate, did it not?
It did. They mentioned tracks, though. If we could follow some tracks into the battlefield and keep going. You're good at that, right? Following tracks?
Yes, but following tracks into a battlefield, you may as well follow them in the center of a town.
It'll be difficult, but I think possible. Come on now, trust your skills.
Oh, my skills are fine.
Exactly.
Maybe there'll be a nice little gold trail that leads you in the right direction once you go there to the quest marker.
Look at the exclamation point over.
Like a gold beacon.
Like just Fable, where it's like a
Somebody cast like
You look up and at the top of your vision, there's like a compass bar,
Like, oh, it's
and you sort of like
okay,
you spin and you see directly west. There's a big white marker.
What game is it where it like you do
Every
a pulse
game.
and it tells you where to go? Is that
Destiny?
Assassin's Creed?
Yeah.
Yeah.
or Assassin's Creed.
I was gonna say Assassin's Creed and also Witcher actually sometimes has that where you can follow tracks.
The Witcher sense.
Yep.
No.
Fable 2, you had a dog.
Anything else?
kind of treasure.
GTA, you also had a dog.
Fun.
Chop.
Hitting him.
Yeah, but I checked.
Sleep.
Get some sleep there. Pincushion.
I think it'd be more accurate if I got shot with arrows rather than stabbed in the back, but I'll take it. It was me this time rather than you.
First time for everything.
Of course. Good night.
So, hand waving magic. Everyone falls asleep. Everyone wakes up in the morning. You wake up like at sunrise when the like central courtyard bell is rung, and as you all are like coming to like consciousness, you see that like all of the soldiers around you, like that you shared the garrison with, are like already out of bed, like basically already in their armor and like begrudgingly like walking out the door, like wiping the sleep from their eyes. But you can tell that this is nothing short of routine for them. But the fact that the bell just went off and you all are still like in bed, and they're all like walking past you out of the garrison. And as they're walking out, you see a big push coming in, and you gather that it's literally just, it's constantly just cycling. People are, one shift's in here sleeping, the shift ends, they go out, another shift comes in and sleeps, and it's just constantly cycling in and out. For the sake of brevity, you all walk out into the central courtyard. You are met in the morning by Captain Eldira. She does have a small bag for you that has 2 lesser healing potions inside of it. She's like, I'm sorry, but this is really all we can spare. I hope it's beneficial. And she asks, the Major informed me that you're going to the farm to investigate. Do you need your cart, or can you just hoof it?
Preferences?
Not
I
far
would
down
think
the road.
hoofing it would be a little bit better.
So the cart is currently stabled, as are your horses. It'll take us a little while to get them
Let's just walk.
saddled up.
That's more what I
Yeah,
think.
we can use the
It's
exercise.
like a mile and a half, right?
Yeah, it's not
Yeah.
that far.
Easier for us to be ready just in case something happens again.
Right, I prefer nothing to.
Of course. And so
Although
she...
If you see us coming back running and screaming, just lower the drawbridge for us.
Understood. She takes you over to the entrance. Drawbridge lowers. You all walk across, and as like the last person steps their foot off of the drawbridge, you hear it, and it closes behind you. You all make your way through the battlefield. It takes you about like 30-45 minutes to cover the battlefield and get across the area to the farm. But you cross into the fresh, burned, scorched destruction of what was left of Ardor's farm. What would you guys like to do?
It might occur to me that when they were investigating the farm, they were only doing so with the senses that they have. Perhaps a more magical palette might reveal more of what went on here.
It's a good, very good thought, Ren.
I'm just
Very
gonna
well
like
for detect
just
magic.
keep
No, I just
walking,
cast
I'm just
detect
gonna
magic.
walk.
Yeah, you just
Yeah.
cast it.
I'm gonna cast detect magic.
I'm just gonna walk into the middle and then kind of just roll for perception, see if I see it.
No one else wants it.
So, because you scored a nat 20, I'm going to let you sort of dictate. Is there anything, what are you specifically looking for? Are you literally just, like, anything that catches your eye? Or is it more of I'm focusing on, I want to dig through the rubble of the house. I want
If
to
nobody
follow
else
the
wants it, I can
footsteps.
take
I
one.
want to
I may or may not.
sort
use
of
it.
help guide
If
me in.
there's anything that
I
like
can at least hold it.
like maybe where the struggle started, like what started it, or if there
Okay.
was like weapons left behind, like something to show maybe what caused.
So you sort of look around, and you've seen enough scenes of battle, and you sort of like look around and you see, okay, footsteps there, house, and you start sort of like I'm imagining like Criminal Minds.
Yeah.
You
Piecing
lit-
things together.
You literally start piecing it together, and you're like, okay, they came from over there. They went to the
Potion of healing.
barn. They pulled the animals out of the barn into the fields and killed them. They set fire to the barn and the fields. And at this point, the farmer came out of the house. There was a struggle. They subdued the farmer,
What did you roll?
looted the house,
Nat 20?
Yeah.
So did I, so continue.
set fire to the house, then drugged the farmer away.
Alive?
As far
We
as you
think-
can, far
I mean,
as
at
you-
the time
I mean,
of-
there's no signs that he was slain, but there's no signs that he was left alive either.
Okay.
What were you? You rolled a perception or investigation?
I was basically trying to do investigation to see if there was a pathway away from the farm, like anything. I was trying.
There is leading away from the house. It leads out into the battlefield. So, to give you guys an idea.
Oh, we got a map.
Up and up and up.
So, if this right here is Tower Valley, okay? So, and this is You're fine.
We were gonna watch some sweet TV.
Wait, yeah.
This is
I was saying, why is that TV round?
this is the battlefield. Here's the road leading out of the battlefield, right? Okay.
So the area we came in.
This is the direction
is
you guys came in.
thicker on the battlefield than the other side.
He's just fucking with you.
I know he
Continue.
is. I know he is. Arter's
It's
Farm.
slightly oblong shape.
Arter's Farm is like
There's an X right here where stuff
over here, and it sort of extends a little bit out, and like all this area over here is forested. You notice that the majority of the footprints, like the house is in the dead center of this plot, like this farm area. The majority of the footprints came in like this, and they left like that. Like you can see
Can I
two.
see the marker?
Yeah.
There's also some rubble here that just says.
Yes, yes, it does.
Super weird how it just
Specifically from the air, spells it out and everything.
It's just weird rock placement. I don't know what's up with that.
I mean, there is Skywrite, so it can also be.
True. So yeah, you notice that like they left the same direction they came in, but it doesn't seem like they came from the battlefield. Like
okay.
they didn't come from like here to the farm. It was more of a
from the edge or somewhere around the edge.
Yes.
So I'm gonna like flag someone down and point out at least one of the trails going outward, and then seeing the trail come in. I recommend we follow.
I agree. Good job. And I'll throw a bardic inspiration for you as we follow this trail to keep track of it.
Is anyone else before you guys leave this area? Is there anything else anyone wants to investigate or look at? If not, we can progress on. I just want to make sure that everyone gets their chance if they want to do something.
So we are at this area.
You're in the center of the farm plot, and I mean
Right.
it's not a tiny little farm with a couple fields. I mean it's a large farming area,
Is there a way I would be able to?
and it's the house and the barn in the middle, and that's where you guys are at.
Right.
Well, by the burnt remnants of the house and the barn.
I'm not like an arson investigator, but is there a way I can like investigate the area to see if this was like an arcane starting to the fire, or if this was done with like
He did detect magic, and there was the only magic that he sensed was like the latent energy from the battlefield.
Right.
He would have picked up if it was like if there was remnants of an evocation spell.
right, but I mean like if I can see if it was like, oh, this was started with like some kind of accelerant that's own like,
In your conversations with him, you're sort of like talking out loud, and he pipes up and he's like, I did detect magic, I didn't see anything.
Okay.
And you're sort of like, okay. And you're sort of looking around, and you gather that it was probably, it's arson. It was set intentionally through natural means. Torches, probably some sort of accelerant, and it was just
They played my mixtape in the house.
it was to fire.
Can I roll a
Especially
investigation
when I got
check
so
and see if there's any supplies or anything that could be left? That
Like
may
in the
help us?
house, in the barn, or just in the general area.
I think let me try the house.
Yeah, roll an investigation
Specifically, I'm trying
check.
to see if I can find anything that might help with fireball.
Besides
Specifically
the ashes.
like
Yeah, roll an investigation check.
He sells 150 gold worth of ashes to somebody.
Looks good.
So 16.
No like supplies, perchance. I mean, you do come across like some small metal like cutlery,
okay.
like silverware and stuff.
Should've been like,
Um,
I'm gonna find a one
You
fireball instead.
you keep
Whenever I went 20.
you keep looking around, and you're sort of digging through the rubble and following, and you can sort of like as you're digging through, you can sort of make up the like different areas of the house. You're like, okay, this might have been the main room. This might have been the kitchen. This might have been the bedroom, and you're sort of walking around, and as you're digging through one area, near like the front of the house, like in the living space, you do see in the rubble a small shine, and you sort of like move stuff to the side, and you find a charred locket and the chain on the locket is broken, but it's just
No,
lying
it's
in
just
broken, and it's just lying in the rubble.
Because then I saw like
Yeah, it tells you where it's at.
Okay, you pick it up and you open it, and it's just, I mean, it's a small little circular locket, and inside there's 2 small, like, parchment drawings, both female, one older, one younger. And by older, I mean there's one that's like adult and one that's like a child.
Mom.
so like
Like
mom and
daughter.
daughter.
That's all you find.
If Gunter has kind of out loud chronologically organized the series of events, the farm animals were killed.
Before they
site.
killed the, yes, they were killed on site, and they were killed before the farmer was attacked.
In the barn?
No, they were dragged out to the fields and slaughtered. And that's, you gather that that's probably what alerted the farmer, and that's probably what caused him to, like, start looking around, and that's when the scuffle happened.
God, my dice fell behind your couch.
We'll get it after the game.
Sounds so sad. I would just probably, the house is being taken care of, just try and poke around the barn, see if anything.
Roll an investigation check.
Ren, actually, I was going to ask your help for something.
What was that?
I want to check out these animals, see if we can see what kind of weaponry might have been used on them.
Yep, let me just investigate this barn.
Well, I was gonna say if you guys want to go do
Hey.
that, I can investigate the barn.
There's not a carcass. The only thing that's left of these animals is, like, the bones.
Got
The
it.
fields,
That's-
they were brought out into the fields, slaughtered, and then the fields were set on fire.
Okay, that's what I wanted to verify, that if they were different areas.
They were
or not.
definitely Aunt Barood.
14. Oh, investigation.
I was gonna say, can I help with the investigation on that one?
Yeah. There you don't really find anything. The barn is burnt to the ground, and you gather that it was probably just a couple small, it was just standard livestock, probably a cow or two, some pigs, maybe some goats, and the barn housed nothing but feed and supplies and general farming implements. Nothing really of value was stored there.
We ain't found shit.
Well, I was gonna say I got a 22. I don't know if that makes a difference at all.
There was nothing there.
Do you know who that actor is?
No.
That's Tim Russ. You've seen Star Trek Voyager?
Yeah.
Tuvok.
Oh, no, really?
Yeah, we ain't found shit.
Yeah.
That's Tuvok.
So
Anyway, sorry.
you guys are following the foot tracks that
Dalgren.
Dalgren found? Okay. So you start to follow the foot trails, and who's taking the lead? You and one other person?
Who's better
Because this is going to be a survival check.
I will take
I'd
the
love
back.
to roll.
Survival,
But I
not
dropped my
me.
dice behind your couch.
Do you want to use my obsidian? It's been
No!
doing really well tonight.
He doesn't want to use anyone's dice but his own.
No, understandable. Understandable. That's what I was
can
asking.
give Dalcrin
There you are.
Rin's guidance
Second
on his
four.
survival.
You might have. Yeah, you're gonna be.
I will be in the back.
Thank you, sir.
Because usually
Usually you do it in the back.
that is one thing.
The hole the guy doesn't see.
It stays in tray now.
So
It's the hole the guy doesn't see.
you're rolling a survival check, and whoever is in front with him is also rolling a survival check.
Well, they're
Did
doing that. I'm gonna
did
be-
you notify the party that you found the locket?
Not at this point.
Okay.
Does that have anything to do with Fae Fiend and or Undead?
No, it doesn't have anything to do with that. But carry on.
Would I have advantage to it since of my unnatural smells?
That.
Technically, yes.
I love being a monkey.
But he hasn't shown it to you yet.
So you don't know that he has.
So
a
you don't
locket
know
that
that
you
he
can follow
has
a
it.
scent of.
That's the thing.
You're a whore. Okay, so survival check.
Yes.
If no one else will roll, I'll roll.
8.
Plus
Yeah. Then go ahead.
What's your survival?
2.
That's better than mine.
8 plus 4, 12.
Okay.
Yeah, but you also have guidance.
You also have
Survival?
guidance. So add a D4.
I got
Well,
that.
and a D8.
Because you have
Oh, and a
inspiration from
D8
him.
because you have inspiration as well. Yeah.
Golly, guys, you really want me to succeed this day.
We're trying.
This is our only hope.
3.
No, Obi-Wan.
Help us,
is
Monkey
our
One.
only hope.
15.
Kokori.
I still need to use this? Fuck.
No, I mean,
You,
you don't have to, but you can.
16.
And then Jet, what did you roll?
I have my D20.
Okay.
My D8.
So you start following the foot trails out, and you understand now why it was so challenging, because as soon as it sort of gets out of the burnt fields and areas, it becomes almost impossible to follow these. You're able to sort of pick one out, and you're like, and you start looking around the area, and you see another one that's fresher, and you're like, okay, they went this way, and then you're like, now where the fuck did they go? And you're just you got maybe 100 feet away from the farm, like the burnt farm plots, and you're like, I don't know, guys, I lost it.
I can't see more tracks.
So at this point, I'm gonna go ahead and walk out of the house, like out of where, not out of the house, but out of where I was looking. I'm gonna call to the group and be like, guys, does this seem important at all? I'll show them the locket.
So he shows you the locket.
It's rather sad.
Where'd you find that?
Hold on, 2 questions at once.
Where'd you find it?
Both of them asked the same question.
Oh, okay. Up in the treasure remains of the house. Underneath some rubble.
Can I see it?
It smells like it's charred. I mean, it definitely smells like soot and all that. But because of your training and that innate sort of like monkey sense, you can pick up like subtle notes of perfume,
Dicks out for Dalcarin.
sweat.
Baby sweat.
And almost it's that almost like most people don't know, like they aren't cognizant of it, but there is you almost can't place it. You're like, there's something weird.
It's semen.
There's some smell.
Probably,
and
man. It's on everything.
it becomes you start thinking about it, and it sounds weird in your head when you first think about it, but it crosses your mind and you're like, it smells like fear. It's that and you
like
haven't
scare
smelled it
breath.
often, but it's that you've smelled it before. And it's that scent that it just, to others it wouldn't be perceptible, but to you it's that little bit of that hint of fear and adrenaline, and it's something that you pick up on it, and
Like pheromones almost.
exactly. And if at this point if you would like to roll a investigation or survival, your choice, with advantage.
I was gonna say I have advantage on
And
those
I'll
rounds.
Yep.
I'll
I'll let you pick whichever one you would like.
I'll throw Bardic Inspiration as well.
we'll do survival. It's +4.
Okay.
Hell yeah.
Nice.
What's that one?
Might as well roll again.
Well, yeah. I was gonna say you got advantage.
Oh, yeah, sure,
Re-roll
you're right.
it just to be safe.
Fish for crits.
So 18.
18 plus what?
4. You said
D4
4.
is
4 for your
22.
smoke.
+4, so 22 plus what else? Did you
D4.
do?
D4.
And a D8 if you want to.
Yep.
Say that's
Fuck
20.
it.
You're at 23 plus a D8.
I'm going
24 plus
all
1,
in,
so
balls to the
25.
wall.
7.
That's 5.
Plus
Five.
29. Yeah. So yeah,
I
it's
didn't know what the math was.
a forested area following these tracks. You are going to encounter obstacles, things like that. You guys are, as a group, trying to follow the trail, clear the way through the forest, and follow to whatever the destination is going to be. You have to hit 5 successes to pass, or 3 failures and you lose the trail. You guys are allowed to do and conquer these obstacles however you want. Okay? You can say, I'm going to use my sense of smell to follow the trail. I'll have you roll. I will set the DC based on whether it seems reasonable. Fairly reasonable for you to follow things with sense, so it's going to be a low DC. But if Zaref's like, I'm going to shoot a fireball or a firebolt forward and see if it, lights anything up on the sides of the trees that's like a mark where someone put a hand,
Gonna be like a
that's a little bit more unreasonable. The DC is going to be higher. But it's going to be whatever. If you guys encounter a, a fallen tree, Gunther can say, okay, I'm going to use my maul and see if I can cut the tree in half. And so I'll have you roll attacks on the tree. Things like that. It's entirely up to you guys how you approach the skills challenge. Be creative, work together as a team, but it's up to you guys to... For the dungeon crawl, it's going to be a beast of a session. It's going to be one of those that, like, I would like to start, like at 6, and it's going to be a game that runs till midnight, 1, maybe later. Like, I don't want to break up a dungeon crawl, but there's easily another. If you guys tackle the skills challenge easily and, you know, with no failures, no nothing like that, there's maybe 20 more minutes of content. If you guys fail some, there's encounters and like more obstacles you guys come across. It could take up to like 40 minutes.
Week after next.
But what I have written for the dungeon crawl, at least I haven't written out like all my notes, but what I have in my head and some notes I've jotted down, I mean, it's a beast of a dungeon crawl.
I'm gonna just request Thursday off. So.
Okay, it's entirely up to you guys. If we want, we could break it up. I could write in a decent stopping point at the dungeon crawl, and we could make next week a shorter session, and then play a long session the week after. At this point, it's up to you guys.
I vote for the beast of the session because that sounds fun.
I was gonna say I'm 100% down for a beast of a
I
session,
am
but it's also
beast,
one of
so I
those
won't
where
do
like.
it.
It's one of those that, like, I mean, you work nights,
Right.
At this point, it really comes down to the people that work early morning jobs and are going to be up for a long day. It's up to them if you feel down to play a long ass session.
I didn't plan on playing next Wednesday, so I, as of right now, work. So I wouldn't be able to get here till about.
Well, this would be not this coming Wednesday,
He's
but
saying play
next
next
week.
week and the following week.
Oh, so we're saying okay.
But that's
If
what
you guys want, what are your days off next week?
That's a great question.
Because I mean, if you have like a Tuesday off, I mean, we could.
If we're just gonna do super
I
short
can't do
session,
Tuesday.
I'm not gonna take a day off. But if we do the long session, I'm luckily not streaming. I have access to my calendar and all my teammates' calendars, so I can see when people are off.
I can only do Wednesdays, maybe Thursdays if it's my last day at Kroger's the 13th. So after the 13th, my Thursdays become kind of available. But
I didn't save it. It's at work. I can let you know tomorrow.
Is it reasonable that you might be able to get the day off? Or
Possibly.
work a mid or like an open and leave at 6?
Possibly.
It's up to you guys.
I'm good.
I'd probably figure something out.
I'll be working to get evenings off. I work morning shift. I'm fine. I'm off scheduled pretty much every Wednesday to have that same routine. So I'm set for Wednesday.
Okay.
I can also be flexible with Thursday because I can call in for favors. So I'm flexible.
I'm not worried about working Thursday. I'm just worried about if we stay up super omega late. On
It's
Thursday.
mostly my concern is you two. You and Joe are the ones that have to be up at 5 a.m. on Wednesday to work.
I don't have to be up that early, but
You have to be up early. I didn't wake up today till noon.
No.
Okay, I could play for another 4 hours and be totally fine. You guys are the ones that wake up super early and have a long day and then come and play a long session. So I don't want to put that stress on you of, oh shit, I have to work and then I have to go play an 8-hour session and halfway through the session you're starting to lose focus and you're not having fun
Your
anymore.
hours are going to be a little bit more lenient come next week because you're working a different.
So the problem with that is because I'm starting in the middle of the week, I'm basically going to be off tomorrow, and then I'm gonna basically work like 9 days straight. So I'm not gonna be off again until like next
Gotcha.
Wednesday, Thursday, because my schedule's already written, so I can't change.
you're
it
gonna be
in the middle
off
of the
on
week.
Wednesdays and Thursdays.
Yes, with this new job.
Are you off
Oh.
next Wednesday?
No,
Negative. Okay.
But
that's what I'm saying, because I'm already scheduled. So because of that,
but the
I have-
Wednesday after you will be off.
I should be at that
yeah, that was
point.
one of the things I remember.
Basically,
talking about.
If we go continue every 2 weeks, the next session I should be Wednesday, Thursday off. I don't know about this coming week because basically I have 2 bosses right now. One wrote this schedule. I'm transitioning to this guy's schedule, and until he changes things, I'm literally at his mercy of
Okay.
when I'm
So
allowed to work.
in that case, do we want to make it 2 weeks from now where we do just a massive session?
I'm fine with that.
Would
So
that be
should
something that
fine
everyone is
because
good
I
with?
should be
Yeah.
off that Wednesday, which means I can basically sleep all day.
Okay.
We'll work with that.
So let's shoot for 2 weeks from now. We'll meet on Wednesday. I know that your work is weird.
Considering I was working while I was here, yeah.
Yes. What is the earliest you think you could be here and ready to play? Give yourself time to come over, eat a little bit, get a drink, sort of socialize for a bit, and then be ready to play.
Oh man. With the way everything, that's such a hard question.
Yeah, oh man, they should.
On a normal day, so are we done? Can we?
Yeah, I was gonna say we can go ahead
Probably
and
end
end
the
the
Yeah.
I
stream.
forgot we were even streaming.
So
My friends.